تصرف المؤسسات فيها، لكن في كثير من المؤسسات يأخذ الموظف يمر به على زملائه في مكان العمل ويوريه مكانه ويجيب له كمبيوتر، يجيب له. هذه ليست الاندكشن اللي يخلي الموظف مرتاح في المؤسسة. لاحظوا الانترفيو الأولى للموظف هي المدخل لبناء ثقافة ناجحة عند الموظف. الانترفيو اللي تشعر المتقدم مرشح بالرعب، كلنا صرنا في هذا الموقف. وفي دراسة أكثر وقت ينزل فيه إنسان عرق ما هو أثناء التمارين، أثناء الانترفيوز، المقابلات. هذا أكبر خطأ، أنك تشعر المرشح أنه تحت تهديد. بعض الأحيان تدخل غرفة هذا وفي 4 5 واقفين معبسين. طيب ليش تعبسون؟ ليش تشعرون الموظف أن هذه مكان العمل هذا أنه مكان عدواني؟ ويقول لك إيش؟ يقول لك أنا أبى أشوفه تحت الضغط كيف يصير، أبى أشوفه لما أدفش ولما يعني أضغط عليه كيف يصير. هذا غير صحيح. أخيرا الموتيفيشن، النواحي المادية مهمة، لكن أيضا الكلتشر، الثقافة في المؤسسة مهمة جدا. أخيرا نحن كممارسين لتنمية المال البشري والموارد البشرية لازم ننتبه لهذه الأشياء. التعارض أو الصراع بين العمل والبيت، هذا واحد من أكبر الإشكالات. لابد من الاهتمام في أن نفهم الأشياء هذه. اللي عنده أب مريض أو أم مريضة أو أطفال أو معاق أو كذا، يعني لابد أن نضع بروجرام للأشخاص هذا. ستريس بولينج وهراسمنت من أكثر المشاكل في مكان العمل اللي تسبب الشقاء في مكان العمل، اللي هو تعرض الإنسان للبولينج، تعرض للهراسمنت، تعرض لأي نوع من أنواع التمييز في مكان العمل. هذا يزرع مؤسسات سامة. والكونفليكت في مكان العمل والكومبيتيشنز اللي نزرعها بعض الأحيان بين التيمز والكلتشر. هذه بشكل عام بعض الأوفر فيو. إن شاء الله يعني القادم من المحاضرات بتتناول أكثر بالتفصيل. وفي النهاية الإنسان هو إنسان، مهما كان منصبه مهما كانت شهاداته، في النهاية يحتاج إلى تعامل معه بشكل إنساني. شكرا جزيلا لكم.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ali. That was honestly a very, very beautiful speech. Two things I wanted to comment on. أول شيء المواضيع التي طرحت اليوم من أكثر المواضيع شيقة. I think everybody here on a daily basis either watches a podcast, goes on a YouTube show, أو نتراود بين بعضنا في الواتساب or whatever مقاطع جدا مؤثرة. And a lot of these areas that you covered are just human topics overall. What I loved here is, Dr. Ali, how you also wrapped it and integrated it into a workforce. كيف إنها كمان موجودة في العمل. يعني إحنا كل صباح نسمع بودكاستات، نشوف مقاطع جميلة ومؤثرة، في ناس ملهمين منتشرين الآن. How do we make it in a practical way where it's captured? I think you gave us a lot of excellent benchmarks, frameworks, إطارات. كلنا راح أتوقع نرجع ونبحث ونطلع عليها, both global and regional. Another thing that I really loved in your presentation, honestly, if you allow me to say, is كيف إنه we also did a measure how employee well-being programs have direct impact على financial profitability للشركات. It's not a waste of money. And overall على success of the organization. The most successful organizations, حكومة, قطاع خاص, قطاع عام, بادروا بهذا الشيء. أنا طبعاً ما أبغى أتكلم كثير، بعطي مجال زملائي، أنا اطلعت على مواضيعهم. They have excellent topics. One more thing that I really loved is the role of HR. You did mention that the role of HR needs to evolve. Yes, they need to do the basics. Yes, they need to have the right frameworks. but also it is owned by the organizational leader, a CEO, and to ensure that during planning يؤخذ بعين الاعتبار البudgeting. How many minutes we have for questions? 5. تفضل.
طيب دكتور علي، شكرا جزيلا لك حقيقة. الدكتور محمد نجار معكم. أنا سعيد جدا حقيقة. أنا كنت عملت مع الدكتور علي وكانت فترة رائعة جدا. one of the pioneers والleaders في المملكة حقيقة في مجال التعليم. دكتور علي، أنت أشرت لل6 factors need to be focused on for well-being of organization. One of them أنت you passed by it quickly اللي هو grit والعزيمة القوية والإصرار. Under that he mentioned about passion, where people has to be passion, عندهم الشغف والحب للعمل، وهذا will create the happiness. When I am passionate to do something and I would like to do it with insistence and happiness, then I will be very interested in that work. وحقيقة الشغف هذا مفهوم عظيم جدا، ومن أبرز تعبيرات سمو ولي العهد، يمكن تذكرون في اللقاء التلفزيوني بمناسبة مرور 5 سنوات على الفيجن 2030، سمو ولي العهد في اللقاء التلفزيوني قال ما معناه أنه إحنا لسنا حريصين فقط على أن نوجد قادة عندهم القدرة والإمكانات، بل نريد ناس عندهم الشغف. تذكرون؟ he said, His Royal Highness said, we would like to get people who have the passion to achieve the work. And actually he was referring لسمو الأمير وزير الرياضة عبد العزيز بن تركي، وكيف هو كان عنده الباشن، يعني العمل وحبه. His love and passion to work created great achievements to the organization. فأعتقد this is one of the important things you mentioned quickly. Thank you very much.
Can we do one more? في أي أسئلة? Yes. Do you need?
Do you think that training be targeted to CEOs and thank you, to managers, leaders, CEOs, because I won't say to have this kind of growth mindset, because like most, I won't say all, but I would say most managers still have the mentality of like expecting employees to be 24/7 available, responding to emails, to WhatsApp during weekends or vacation. So which leads again to quick burnout. Thank you.
شكرا دكتور محمد. نقاط مهمة. جريت هو اللي نحتاج نغرسه في أطفالنا مع الجروث مايند سيت. الاثنين هذولي لو ركزت عليها في التربية، لو ركزنا عليها في التعليم في مكان العمل، يعني تصعد بشكل كبير جدا. جريت هو باشن، والتعامل مع السقوط، وتحديد هدف. عندما تجتمع هذه ذلك حتى في التعليق الرياضي الآن يقولون جريت، أظنها كلمة فرنسية أو شيء. كيف أن اللاعبين يلعبون بقوة وعزيمة ويساعدون بعض. أنا أحب الكورة ودائما أحلل يمكن اللاعبين من الناحية النفسية، تشوفهم أنت تعرف اللاعبين إذا كان عندهم مشكلة برا الملعب ولا لا داخل الملعب، تقدر تكتشفها من خلال تصرفاتهم وشغفهم. فنقطة مهمة. أستاذة ميادة، اللي ذكرتيه أنا أعتقد أن تدريب القيادات العليا مهم جدا في المواضيع هذه. الآن أنا أعتقد كل مسؤول CEO أو مسؤول في منظمة لابد يعرف إنه يتعامل مع البشر. Forget about AI technology. It's very important. بس بدون ما أشخاص سعيدين في مكان العمل حتى ال AI والتكنولوجي والفيل تخليك تصدم زي ما يقولون في الحيط. النقطة الأخيرة اللي ودي اني اكد عليها، اللي هي قضيه لما تكلمنا عن الورك فاميلي كونفليكت. ما هو صحيح. انا اشوف عند ابنائي وبناتي في الليل قال اجاوب على ايميل للعمل. ليش تجاوب على ايميل العمل؟ قال لازم في الويكند في اجازات العيد صالات تلفونيه، تعالوا اجتماع، تعالوا كذا. اذا شفت في منظمه هذا الشيء اعرف انها منظمه غير، ما هي منظمه، يعني ليست اورجنايزد. الاساس ان الناس يجون العمل ما يضيعون وقتهم في مكان العمل، يشتغلوا 3 ساعات والباقي تشاتنج وسوشيال ميديا. بعدين اذا جاء في الليل قلنا له ما خلصت الشغله الفلانيه.
Can I challenge you, دكتور?
ايه.
Thank you. I'll challenge him. He's 100% right, بس let's take into account في كثير عندنا بالذات في السعودية a lot of startups. وعيالنا شباب شوية يعني they cannot copy our work lifestyle.
صح.
احنا what I do is I always bring up the grit and resilience and bouncing back. If you work in a startup, which is the majority of our companies in Saudi Arabia right now, في البدايات if you have the startup spirit,
صح.
you can handle the Eid, evening and weekend emails and work. But it should not stay that way for too long.
صحيح.
It will burn you out.
صحيح. انا شخصيا يعني كنت انجيج مع some startups، نشتغل طول اليوم طول الليل. It's your own baby. You have to care about it. لكن زي ما قلتي لابد تطلع من المنتاليتي هذه. لكن حتى في المنظمات الكبيرة اللي already well established صراحة يقتلون حياة الموظف وقته الخاص. وانتم طلعتوا على بعض التقارير العالمية، بعض المنظمات الآن ما في بعد الساعة 5 ايميل، يقفلون السيرفر حق هذا، يقفلونه 5 يوم الجمعة ويكند، يفتحونه يوم 8 يوم الاثنين. This is how it should. كذا لازم.
And 4-day work weeks. يا سلام.
وبعضهم 4-day work ولا يتأثر العمل، يمكن تزيد الإنتاجية. فقضية التعارض بين وقتك الخاص والجيل الجديد اللي يقول لك الآن أنا في شريحة بس قالوا لي شيل نص الشرائح شلتها. روحان, you asked me to take out some slides. One of them is very interested about the young millennium workers. They want to have their own life. They want to enjoy life. جيلنا كان enjoy كل حياتنا مركزة بمكان العمل، لذلك نستمر في نفس المنظمة 40 سنة لأن نتقاعد. الآن لا، الشباب الآن يقول لك أنا أبحث عن better opportunity، ذلك 2 سنين هنا يروح سنة هنا. فتغير الناس، تغير هذه، لذلك لابد إحنا أن نكون adaptive لتغيير أنظمة العمل وغيرها حتى أن نستطيع أن accommodate their needs.
يعطيك ألف عافية. Thank you so much. That was a beautiful presentation. Just before we move on, I would just like to check how is the language so far. العربي الإنجليزي ماشي. More Arabic, more English. ولا we're okay. So clap if we're okay. Go ahead. Thank you.
شكرا دكتور علي، يعطيك العافية. أنت طرحت علينا سؤال أو نقطة على نحن كممارسين الموارد البشرية والحضور، اللي ما هي الترجمة الصحيحة للويل-بينج. فأتوقع احنا بنفكر فيها في الترجمة العربية أقصد، أو المصطلح العربي الصحيح في ويل-بينج. أتوقع اليوم إن شاء الله بعد ما نشوف الويل-بينج كامل من كل الجوانب اللي فيه، نطلع بكلمة يعني نفكر فيها خلال الأيام القادمة، ونعمم إن شاء الله على الجميع كممارسين الموارد البشرية بكلمة أفضل من الرفاهية، إذا أنت تشوفها ما تغطي جميع الجوانب اللي موجودة لدينا. الرفاهية ما تشمل الانجيجد والأشياء الموجودة الثانية. صحيح. صح. تحية للدكتور علي، الله يعافيك. We will now move into our first panel discussion, where we will dive deeper into the impact of health and wellness programs from multiple perspectives. Our panel today brings together experts and practitioner who will share real experience, challenges, and practical solutions. Please join me welcoming Dr. Fatin Al-Shamri, the moderator of this panel. Dr. Fatin Al-Shamri, Business Development and Transformation Manager at the Ta'awuniya, and also Engineer Ahmed Khan, Senior Vice President, Human Resources at Clasera. Amr Zawawi, Group Director, Human Resources Development at Zahid Group. Imad Ghazawi, Chief People Officer at Sayara. Dr. Riham Garash, Chief Executive Officer at Holistic Academy. Also, Mr. Bruno Franca, Co-founder and COO at Shift Clinics.
Good morning everyone. Nice to have you all. جمع جدا يسعد الشخص انه في كمية ناس مهتمة في employee well-being. They are interested and willing to have an impact. I'm Fatin Al-Shamri, Business Development and Transformation from Ta'awuniya, from the health sector. I'm honored to moderate such a session. We know all that employee well-being, it's not just a trend, it's becoming an essential strategy that all companies and governmental entities have to account to attract, retain employee, improve their productivity, and have a greater impact. We will start with our panelists. I'm happy to introduce Engineer Ahmed Khan. If you can start with telling us how leadership affect the culture, affect the starting of interest in the company within the employee well-being.
Bismillah wa salatu salam ala Rasulullah. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be here and to be part of this great panel, great minds and great experiences. يسعدني أن أكون معكم اليوم في هذا اللقاء مع كل هذه الخبرات والزملاء هنا. طيب, regarding leadership والقيادة, leadership plays a big role in well-being. And well-being is also a very important point that draws and attracts the employees. So even when you look at a company, there is like in the marketing, when you have a top of mind about any company, something comes to your head. So when I say company X, immediately something will come to your mind. If I talk about a certain brand, like let's say we're talking about cars, if I say Mercedes-Benz, immediately some qualities will come into your mind. So the same applies to companies or organizations. So when I state a company's name, immediately something comes to your mind, and that is the top of mind. That is something that is built. So that's employee value proposition or employee branding. And that is built via so many aspects. One of them, or one of the biggest one, is the employee well-being. So the employee well-being talks about itself, it exemplifies how much the employees are engaged, are feeling and engaged in the organization, and their happiness, their wellness, aspects that we've seen from the previous presentation by Dr. Ali, or which are great, are exemplified in the company. So it's very important that when we talk about a company, when we start attracting talent and we start hiring people, sometimes even it reaches to a point where it attracts itself. So sometimes when you are a recruiter for a strong company that has a very employee value proposition or branding, you need to put effort in attracting them. from a company X, I would love to go, I would love to be that. So that is also an important thing that attracts talent. So just a little bit in Arabic. بعض الشركات طبعا هي تبيع نفسها سبحان الله يعني حتى فريق التوظيف ما يحتاج هو يبذل ذا جهد عشان يستقطب الموظف لأنه هو شركته أعطت أصلا اسم وبراند أو يعني معروف قد يكون في شغف للموظف أو للمرشح إنه يلتحق بها فهذه في حد ذاتها تكون قوة مبنية على أشياء هي الويل بينج تبع الاورجنايزيشن والمحتوى.
فعلا انجينير لاحظنا كثير الامبلويز they don't only care about salaries or position, they want to care more about the culture. Of course. Mr. Amr, Zahd has been. How do you plan your employee value proposition so you can attract employees and retain them and have better culture in your company?
Okay, thank you for the question. For us, what's more important is really the full HR experience or the full people experience. Today, before we start talking about well-being, what's more important is getting your house in order, because HR today is the custodian of the culture. واحد في بيته في أخلاق في تعاليم في أسلوب حياة لازم نكون إحنا كلنا متفقين عليه and we agree on what we permit and what we don't permit, what we want to have as the way for somebody to come in, what is performance, how can somebody grow, كيف ممكن الشخص يتدرج في الشركة ويكبر فيها، كيف يقدر يطور من نفسه، وبعد كده يجي well-being. So well-being today هو نتيجة work environment that you have created, نتيجة the performance management policies and procedures and how you track performance, نتيجة اليوم كيف HR بيتعامل مع الموظفين، مو إنه you're policing، مو إنه هذا صح وهذا غلط، ولكن كيف بنخدم الموظفين، كيف بنساعد الموظفين. digitization, what are you doing with digital؟ كيف HR اليوم عامل الاكسبيرينس كلها من اي يوم ما واحد بيدخل عشان يطلع من الشركه تكون very very smooth و somebody is happy and comfortable with that. بعد كده we can start talking about well-being and we can start talking about developing the work environment وinvestments وevents وحفلات والحاجات دي كلها. If you do not get what you want your house to look like, if you don't have that alignment with your boss, with your boss's boss, and with the board, and with the CEO of what you want your company to look like, then you cannot go about in doing those small steps as well. So what's very, very important is have a clear strategy, and that strategy has to be built on HR practices and the full employee experience. Add on top of it the employee engagement and how you want to maintain it, how you want to sustain it, how you want to nurture it, كيف نبغى ننتبه عليها، ايش التاتش بوينتس اللي لما نكون عليها، ولازم نكون consistent day in day out. الشغلة ما تاخد يوم، ما تاخد شهر، ما تاخد سنة، زي التربية. سنة ورا سنة، سنة ورا سنة, we need to be consistent. Otherwise, when we start talking about return on investment, it's not something that will come in one day or overnight. So that expectation has to be there as well. عشان كلنا نقدر نشتغل في نفس الطريق.
Mr. Amr, how can you or how Zahd Group balance between the physical investment, creating, let's say, the buildings, the place, the environment for the employee with the qualitative factors or qualitative benefits for the employee?
طبعا and I know this is one thing اللي هي ممكن أصعب شيء في الاتش ار. واحدة من أصعب الحاجات we don't have a budget. واحدة من أصعب الحاجات إنه today we don't have the commitment of the leadership. Our leadership ما هو راضي يعطينا الوقت أو resources to do any of those initiatives. It starts small and it's about change management. اليوم كل واحد شغال في الاتش ار عنده الفرصة انه يسوي شيء. بس you have to start somewhere and it has to start small. احنا عندنا فكرة انه يكون في a fully dedicated employee engagement function with an employee engagement team ما بدأت في يوم وليلة، بدأت بالinitiatives عشان يوري برضو المانجمنت انه these little initiatives have positive impact and they have to be measured. and the measurements تنعمل يا اما ب employee surveys ولازم نكون جدا transparent فيها وتكون confidential عشان الموظفين يقدروا يتكلموا، وبرضه نوري الإدارة إنه إيش الإمباكت حقة الانيشيتيفز هذه اللي صارت. Number 2 you have to measure it also في المعلومات اللي بتجي للاتش ار and digital will really help you with that عشان ما تكون فيها subjectivity. obtain feedback من الموظفين على كل event ولا على كل function ولا على كل initiative. حطوها جزء من the full employee engagement survey السنوية. At the same time look at your absenteeism, look at your retention numbers, and those numbers really need to be accurate. And I go back to what I said earlier, you have to get your house in order من ناحية ال HR operation, من ناحية the full HR experience, عشان يوم ما نبدأ نشتغل على ناخد feedback و insight و analytics على turnover و absenteeism و productivity، على الأقل يكون في buy in على ال HR data اللي بتطلع للمانجمنت كمان. And this is very important. You know, this is how you get credibility when you come and propose an investment or you come and propose something حيكون عليه عائد على الموظفين. ف credibility of HR is something that has to be built at the same time بالذات على الأرقام. So when you present those numbers للinvestments you already have a buy-in just because you've already built it, and this takes time as well.
Thank you so much. That's so insightful. Mr. Ahmad, sorry. In fast-growing companies and the helping transforming how do you integrate the well-being in the employee experience?
Of the assessment that a HR function usually does, like my colleague Amr mentioned, is, for example, the workplace culture assessment, utilizing some tools like Best Place to Work or Great Place to Work. And these tools are something that I always use, as Amr said, to generate reliable and credible targets and measures. The very first step to integrate a well-being initiative or strategic program is to start with the right assessment using credible tools. Normally, before we use a tool like Place to Work or any other tool, we make sure that we do the proper marketing and the proper awareness. In fact, one of the faced in one of the companies, we did one of these surveys, and then we did like an awareness session after we launched the survey, which is taking the process, but we did it anyways. We launched the survey, then I did the awareness session, and during this awareness session, we highlighted to people that this is a confidential survey. Even HR themselves will not know who said what, so it's totally anonymous. People didn't really trust that this is a real anonymous tool. And then one of the leaders raised his hand and said, Ahmad, it's the first time I really feel I'm confident that this is anonymous and it will not be used as something against me. So he said, I would like to repeat the survey. And then I said, well, if everyone in the room wants to repeat it, then we'll do it. And we had them like a mass audience. And then I asked everyone, I said, do you like to repeat the survey? And then everybody raised it, which was a shock to me personally. And then we reached out to Great Place to Work. We said, we want to reset the survey because everybody wants now to be more transparent about how they feel and what they think about the organization. We did the survey again, and we found that major change in people's response, because at the beginning they don't want to upset decision makers or leaders, but then they knew now that this is a genuine tool being utilized for a genuine purpose. And really, the survey results were like accurate in matching what we hear and feel in the organization. So when we do the direct and indirect checks, this seems like to be a reliable piece of information where you can now trigger what kind of well-being program that I need, because this is totally different from one organization to another. So yes, so the first thing, as I mentioned, after we do proper assessment, we move into what do we need to implement based on the priorities of the organization. One of the misconceptions always when we are strong at one area, let's say that, for example, at Sayara, one of the top areas we have is job satisfaction. People are happy of what they do, which is part of the well-being, because you end up having a happy work life. So people say, okay, so we don't need to take action here, let's focus on the weak points. I say that's totally wrong, because we have to play on, as they say, play it on your strength. So whenever we have something that we are really strong from well-being perspective, we need even to take it to the next level up. And of course, we focus on the areas for improvement. So yes, I hope I answered your question. So this is a customized process that needs to start with a credible assessment at the very beginning.
Thank you so much. Awareness is the main drive for the engagement of the employee, and your example is a great example for that. We will move to Mr. Bruno. As in, let's say you are a provider, and you help companies develop their strategies or correct their strategies, the existing. Can you tell us more about your experience? What do you think the most important thing when you're building a strategy?
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for all of you to being here present. I think this is the beginning of progress and change. I just want to circle back to Zahid group. I had the pleasure to work with the group for many years. And I think it's an institution that should be an example for, for others at the same stature and size, because they also provide facilities for employees to work on their well-being. And I think well-being, there's two sides to the story. I think the employees need to be responsible for their own well-being, number one, and then companies need to create venues and optionalities where they can enhance what it should already be there. And I think there's a big crisis on the individual that then is reflected in the collective. And I don't think it's fair to just blame the companies for the lack of well-being or the lack of strategy. I think everybody should take their own weight. And we see this, I'm sure Dr. Riham is going to talk about it. If I don't sleep well, if I don't eat well, I love my job, but if I have a bad night of sleep, next day, I'm not going to feel maybe the same level of passion. I still have the same workload to do.
And so, the problem is you're affecting the environment around you. It's not an individual impact.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we are the ultimate responsible for how I present myself to work. And then if I give my body, and if I give my body what my body needs, then I can ask from my body what I want. And in the topic of the burnout, I have a very contrarian approach to this. I think if you're a parent, I don't think burnout is a discussion in the house. You just have to go through it, right? And I think we need to have the same type of mindset at work, right? Yes, it's going to be hard, but you go through it. Or change your job, right? If you can't handle it, right? Instead of bringing toxicity to your neighbors, right? Maybe this is not the place for you. And I think companies, or a bigger part of the HR role, is to understand on the recruitment process, is this person coachable? Is this person healthy off the bat, or not? Because you can see that there will be leading indicators that will then translate into the lagging ones, to the absenteeism rates, to the disengagement, and so on. So I want to just congratulate Amr and his company for over the, I don't know, 20, 30 years that you guys have been working. I visited the business park in Jeddah, also in Khobar. Many employees have decades in the company. And when you see a company that has this sort of culture, it's, for me, because I visit hundreds of companies over the last 12 years here in Saudi Arabia, it's refreshing. So thank you for that, and please continue the good work. So what we've been doing over the past, so I started with my colleague Richard, who's on the back, doing well-being, workplace well-being and corporate wellness about 10 years ago. We got lots of no, we don't have these problems here, we don't need it, no, our culture is fine. Over the years, especially after COVID, things have been, increasingly, it was like a J curve. Companies realize the need that they have. And we help either companies execute their strategy, which is, I think it's a big gap that the HR departments have. And I don't blame the HRs, it's just they're not trained. So why would I ask an HR to be great at well-being if by training they don't learn about this stuff, right? But then you see, or I was able to witness in the last maybe 3-4 years that organizations that are somehow sizable, they are now employing or creating departments and employing specialists in well-being to be able to execute the tactical part of that strategy with clear roadmaps, with clear KPIs, and I think this is very refreshing, and it shows the drive and the change in the country. So we work on that part, either helping companies build strategies with clear execution roadmaps, or if a company has already a strategy, we come in on the roadmap, and then we provide services that are ultimately tied to the need. And I think that the big disconnect also is sometimes at the top, the leadership should be, or the strategy should be top down, but then on the tactical side, it should be bottom up. Because engagement is not it's a function of relatability. And if the employee doesn't feel relatable to the well-being program, it's either going to be stressful, which creates the opposite effect, or they will not show up. And companies say, oh, I've done everything and the engagement is low. Well, maybe you don't have either the tools to understand what the employees need, right? Or you're not including them in the design of the program.
You're designing a program that's not customized to your employee, not
correct.
to their need.
But also, I've noticed this even in big companies, they don't have visibility over their own needs. For the lack of tooling, this is why circling back to the digitalization and having accurate data, that's the straight beginning or a great point to start with. Get your data, organize your house, get your data, and then iterate from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Riham, from a training and learning perspective, how do you help companies, employees, or leaders build their capability, build their understanding and awareness?
Hi. So thank you so much for the question. Like this? Better. So thank you for the question. I think there is a principle that I like to go from, which is العبادة والإعمار. So إحنا موجودين في الدنيا, we're here, خلفاء على الأرض, so we can نعبد ونعمر الأرض. So الفكرة, when we start working with corporate wellness, we are really going back to that root. So how can I be معمرة تعبد الله خلال العمارة? كيف? How can I bring that level of soul, spirituality, presence while working? So work-life balance will no longer be discussion. It won't be on the table because I am living to serve and I am serving because that's why I'm living. So from the soul level, soul-centered approach, then really everything will fall in place. We're really talking about living by our fitra, the essence. And that's something that across all religions, across all faiths, we agree on. We have a soul and we're living on a human experience. And we want, and when we talk about passion, passion is like, what does my soul wants to offer? Why am I here? And we know that since we're like little kids. I remember I wanted to teach, I wanted to heal, I wanted to, we all like ask kids and we know what they want. And then we enter into college and then there is this discussion about specialties. And then there is the categories that we need to conform to. And then we enter a workplace, there is this conformment again. So we feel we kind of like in our corporate life, we start wearing masks, so many masks, because our passion, our innocence, our essence is not welcomed here. Only the numbers are welcomed, only the performance is appreciated, but who we are is not. That's like most people, right? Who we are purely, just my own value for my soul, what is my vibe in this workplace. So I feel when it comes to training and education, we talk about it in terms of like sustainability. So in a workplace, if we want to create a sustainable, well place to work, it's weird. So when we want to create a sustainable workplace to be in, what we really want is that we want to create a workplace that really respects the soul of the human. So there is like the gentleman here mentioned, a clear onboarding process and offboarding process. So there is like, it's so safe for you to be who you are here. And if you're a great fit, you're gonna stay and you can grow, and we respect your creativity and your growth. And if you want to leave, it's also very safe. We will not hate you. We will love you, right? So there is this level of safety, and we talk about it in terms of roots. So respecting that there is like safe space, and your roots are here. Even if you choose to go, we respect you as a human. So, and then we talk about the balance. That's our approach. We talk about the roots, and then the balance, and then the expansion. And because really workplace is a place for us to serve our soul purpose, so it has to help us achieve and discover that soul purpose. So how can we create this level of safety for us to explore, expand? And with that, I feel a lot of people think this is coming from La La Land because, oh, there is like obligations, there is these tasks, there is these conflicts. But if the leaders in an organization are conscious enough to not project their own wounds and traumas on their team, to be able to handle conflicts, to be able to have this level of responsibility and clear communication, then the whole culture will be influenced by the leader. Because كل راعي وكل مسؤول عن رعيته. At the end of the day, your vibe as a leader, your awareness is very important, and that's where education and training comes. So what we offer at the Holistic Wellness Academy is certification programs that help leaders heal, because that's very important. Because if we talk about purpose and soul, if they're not connected to their own, it's very hard to, propagate that forward. So that's number one. Number two is learning the tools. No one teaches us in schools how to listen. So if we ask you to have a team meeting and listen, if you don't learn how to really listen between the words, behind the words, then you're not really listening. So that's something we teach. Also, we teach, like Bruno mentioned, the importance of having a healthy vessel that carries your soul forward, that doesn't really, your sugar imbalances, your قولونك ما يضرب في نص الدوام وفي الأخير, you don't know how to handle it. And like all of these physical well-being knowledge, when they are trained, they will know how to hold themselves accountable, and thus their team. And also in the learning is the emotional well-being, because it's very important to know how to decompress at the end of the day. And most people, after a really long work day, they spend hours on TikTok and on shorts just because they want to distract their mind because they're so stressed. But that's not emotional decompression. If they know the proper tool, they would really need 10 minutes of really mindful decompression so they can be connected back to their heart's wisdom, and then they will know what to do. And then the last thing is really like ascending and expansion and really knowing how to grow and then help other people grow. So that's the top-bottom approach, which is certifying the leaders. And then the bottom-up is really awareness, workshops, one-to-one sessions. The things we offer so the team can really be engaged because they experience that, and then they will be able to really listen to their leaders and be able to create this harmonious workplace. So that's in a nutshell what we try to do, and I feel this is all common knowledge, yet it's not common practice, because people don't know the tools. And I know we're running off time, so I'm gonna stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reham. It's a great approach to understand. Yeah, she deserves it. It's a great approach to understand the human behind the employee. So we are all human, and we need to disconnect from the stress and connect more with ourselves. We have. Okay.
Let me just
because this is a mindset that I think, I know we're short on time, but it's important. Do we need to disconnect from stress, or do we need to increase our capacity? Because it seems like the world and the human capital is more fragile now than 10 years ago. And we're blaming stress, and we need stress management, and we need blame everything that's outside our bodies, but then we don't increase our capacity to tolerate what life brings to us.
Such stressful jobs and stressful demands.
Life is stressful. Stress is not bad. You go to the gym, you work out, you stress the muscle. What does God create it was? You build more muscle. Yeah. You go through hard course, you go through stress mentally, and the brain develops. Stress
challenge
is
yourself multiple times throughout.
Absolutely. I've never met someone successful in my life that did not have high tolerance to tolerate stress and to manage it, right? So I think that the key takeaway here is don't run away from stress. Stress is actually a vehicle for change and growth. Now, too much exposure to it, right? And not having the right time management and the right lifestyle, it will break you down. I think this is an important key takeaway. Sorry.
Thank you so much. It's a great approach. So we have 5 minutes left. I want to address the other part of the panel, that is improving profitability and having more insight on the outcomes. So in 1 minute, how can we build a measurable tools? How can we build from start that the programs can be measurable, can have the effect and the impact that we are planning to have?
I know because we're a little bit short on time, but I just want to clarify something and then I'll come to your question. So basically, when we talk about the, some of the organizations fall into the trap that there is a similarity or a confusion between engagement and between well-being. So engagement is how employees feel about the organization, and well-being is how employees feel about themselves or their lives. And it rotates around 4 pillars, which is the financial stability, the mental, the physical, and the emotions. So these are the 4 pillars that it rotates around. So it's very important to understand this. And human being needs, like in the Maslow theory, is based on a hierarchy. So you cannot go to step 3 or 4 without having the basic foundation first. So I think most of what we talked about in the discussions here, which is great, that you cannot expect people or organizations to build on something that they don't have, if they have a lack on the foundationals. So do I have food? Do I have shelter? Do I know that my family is secure at home? I can go to my work and focus on my work and leave everything at home, knowing everything is taken care of, everything is fine, and then I can be fully engaged, and my mind, mindfulness, and يكون حاضر ذهنيا, available at the location, and then I can do it. Now, to answer your question, our companies also, we also face this challenge with all CEOs and with the budgeting, like we discussed here with Akhoy Amr, is that, I'll leave you with 2 points and I'll leave the discussion to the rest, is that most people look at because we don't always face challenges with budget, the results that we get from the investment are not short-term, they're long-term. And that's one issue. And the second issue is that there are some hidden losses that are not quantifiable that much and that we do not see, like turnover, like the number or percentage of active disengaged employees. So those 2 numbers, and there are so many more to mention, but for the sake of time, if those 2 alone were quantified into dollar amount, and that's already enough worth the return on investment for everything we do for well-being.
I know we're short on time, so ما قصرنا بين يعني بالpresentation حقت الدكتور وبين the measures that you've mentioned as well. The measures, it's all out there, you guys know them, and girls. I think what's more important is today, how are you going to use them? Get your house in order, get your HR analytics in order, get your HR data in order, start building a rapport and credibility into what HR is presenting, what HR is talking about. Every initiative you do not just make it an expense, have something measurable on it. Once you start shifting your mindset, your HR team's mindset on how they are acting, how they are behaving, how they're carrying forward the employee experience fully, then you can start talking about all the things we just mentioned. But do not rush into doing that top before getting the house in order first. If I leave you with one thing, this would be it. Because if you do not have the credibility, if you do not have the ears of the leadership and management in talking about anything about people or HR, it's very difficult to impossible, and I think it's impossible to start talking about employee engagement and wellness, whichever way it is. So if I leave you with that, I think that would be just one thing. If you want to shift, start doing that, everything else will follow suit.
Thank you. One thing maybe to highlight based on what we heard is it's not easy to measure accurately the impact of having proper well-being practices in the organization, because this is part of a complete and comprehensive ecosystem. Sometimes we find workplaces that have really good well-being status, but they are not high-performing. And sometimes you find the opposite, very toxic workplaces, but they are very high-performing. So it's always part of a complete story, but it's a very important part of the story because, again, studies and statistics show that one of the top reasons why people leave organizations are workplace culture, and a major part of workplace culture is engagement, well-being.
Thank you. I think there's a common constraint, which is one, the lack of maybe structure within HR departments. Two, the tools to get the data, which will then substantiate. HRs, when you need to take a project or you need a budget, right, and you go talk about numbers, HR doesn't really, is not trained in business or not in business, but in numbers, right? So that's already another problem, which we need to equip HR with tools or with calculators or ROI calculators that allow them then to go take this to the people who allow the budget to say, this makes sense to me. This is not a cost. I can see the return on this, and I can see more or less when I'm going to get the return. So I think there needs to be an upskilling on the HR. Companies need to have better tools to measure absenteeism, presenteeism, sick leaves, have more visibility on that. And then include things like time loss, which is a metric that is very easy to calculate, but it's very hard to get to the number because most companies, they don't have the reasons for absenteeism and sick leaves. If they were given that, you can calculate how much you burn every year, and you can even see what's the recoverable hours, which then should be connected to your employee well-being services. Because if my absenteeism rate in reason or low back pain is a high reason for, which tends to be third, fourth on the medical claims, these are recoverable. So if I spend 1 million riyals every year, and if I'm going to spend 200,000 a year to recover that million, sounds like a good deal, no? So this is what I think it misses from meeting hundreds of HRs, is upskilling, retraining, bringing people that are experts in the well-being part, giving them better tools, and set it up. Yeah, thank you.
So I'm going to take it from two angles. First, the physical health. So how many employees miss work because of migraine? A lot. How many employees miss work because of autoimmune diseases? I know a lot. How many employees miss work because they're so stressed because of their home issues? So when we talk about the physical health alone, that's a huge cost. المملكة العربية السعودية لحالها تصرف 70% من الميزانية على preventable diseases. How to prevent it? أقسم بالله, it's a piece of cake. It's like too simple to the point I'm like, why isn't everyone doing it? Curing autoimmune diseases, curing IBS, curing migraine. It's too simple, yet no one is doing it because they believe it has to be complicated to work. So all of this is cost that we can prevent it if we focus on the basics. So that's number one. So that's a huge return on investment. Number two is the soul part. We all want, كلنا نبغى to be legacy makers, إنه نترك أثر. فمن أحياها كأنما أحيا الناس جميعا. So if you know that your team is living the life because you see them fully for who they are, and you're helping the leaders to see their teams fully, then you're reviving them. You're helping them live الاتساع, مستوى الاتساع, which is like expanding, serving. And that's a whole different game. So in my own team, when I take them through the process, in the morning meetings, in the meditations, in the 400 coaches that are in the academy now, not like corporates, when they're connected to you on a soul level, your impact, your return on investment is going to be wealth في الدنيا, legacy في الدنيا that will be passed from generation to another, let alone the impact on the household. I receive calls sometimes from wives saying, oh my God, my husband has transformed. What has happened? And it's like, it's that athar that we all want to leave behind. And then we talk about it financially. If people are happy, how can they not be creative? How can the company not grow? And now a lot of people think, how can you convince my CEO? Let your CEO connect to their souls, and they will know this is right. Help the leaders see this, and everyone wants to create a bigger meaning out of their life. We're not machines, we're souls. And that's what I want to end with. Thank you.
All. Mr. Rohan is stressing from time. 40 minutes is not enough for this such a panel. Thank you all for listening, and we leave you with one takeaway that when employee is thriving, the business is thriving. Thank you so much.
That was amazing. يعطيكم العافية. It was worth it. It was beautiful content. It was very enriching. We will skip now. If you have any questions, please feel free to approach our speakers during the break. Thank you so much. Yes. Sure.
نشكر الجميع على هذه الجلسة الرائعة. I think we will continue with Mr. Bruno.
Yes,
We will
yes, I'll
continue.
say, I won't leave if it's okay.
So we will continue with Mr. Bruno, who will take us to a topic that resonates with many workplaces and will share some insights that can help us moving or shifting from surviving to thriving. I'm also asking Mr. Richard. Yes, come out.
Yeah. Maybe we start by, do you mind just standing up and shaking off a little bit your legs? If you want, feel free. Just shake it off a little bit. We won't be long on this next presentation, and hopefully we build value to you so you can take it home. Just shake it off a little bit. Hit your heels on the ground. It's going to relax a little bit your spine. You can take advice from me. My background is in physiotherapy, so I'm not gonna. Hopefully, you're not gonna get injured with my advice. Okay. Feel free to sit whenever you want. I just wanted to break a little bit the room. So we will be talking about a few concepts beyond burnout, which is a topic that we hear a lot and recently, and a few frameworks. More than anything, I would like you to go home with maybe a different mindset or a few ideas that you may implement in your workspace. Is it working? It's to the right. Okay, so just a quick introduction about Shift Clinics. We do help individuals and organizations free themselves from pain and empower human potential. We do have retail locations between Jeddah, Riyadh, and Khobar, and we are leaders in the market in corporate well-being. These are some of the companies that we serve. We've done over 100,000, or we touched over 100,000 employees in the last 2 years. Richard, he'll introduce himself, but Richard and I started, as I mentioned, about 10 years ago, before this was trendy, because the problem was already being built back then. And because my background is in physiotherapy, I saw hundreds of people having issues that are related to the workplace. So we understood that there was a need to go to the workplace and try to alarm them that this is coming and this is happening, and new strategies should be adopted within their strategy. So my name is Bruno France. I'm a co-founder of Shift. I'm also the Chief Operating Officer. I've been here for about 12 years. I've worked with thousands of people, from the first Saudi Olympian going to the Olympics, to charity work and everything in between, royal people in between, and so much. And thousands of people in companies, hundreds of HRs. And Richard, I'll pass it to you to introduce yourself.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone, or good morning. I'm not sure what time it is. My name is Richard Jordan. I'm the Director of Corporate Wellness Services for Shift Clinics. I have a background in ergonomics, fitness, nutrition, sleep coaching, all types of things, which we can talk about later also in my workshop. And I have been here on and off since 1977.
So we will be talking, I should point here. So we will talk about how can we transition from a reactive to a preventative approach when we talk about employee well-being. We will show data linking well-being initiatives with the employee satisfaction, engagement, productivity, and we will mention also some of the case studies that we are allowed to share. Unfortunately, we're not able to share everything that we do, sadly, because it would be very powerful. And then we will talk about some quick wins and long-term initiatives that can be applied. Oh, okay. So this is a snapshot of selected studies that show. Oh, is it me or you? Who's DJing? Me? Okay. So what you can see here is that, so these studies were compiled all the way back from 2017. We wanted to capture a 10-year snapshot. But the earliest decent studies that we found starts from 2017 until 2024. And Gallup has a very strong study done in 2022, which highlights what you see here. So healthcare, unfortunately, I don't know if there's any HR in healthcare here, but it is very concerning, because our healthcare workers are definitely leading for the wrong reasons, the burnout, in burnout. We also see that on a blue triangle that the Gallup figured out through studying here the region and in Saudi actually, that shy of 60% of the population report burnout. Is this a number that is familiar to you? Shy of the population?
Yeah, workforce.
The workforce. If it's not, the idea is just that, is it real? It is real. It is real, and there are numbers. So I don't think this should be ignored. And we will talk about, Richard is going to talk in his workshop about burnout. We do have a contrarian perspective on this than most people, as you could see. I think there's a lot from the individual that needs to be done that is not happening. And companies should help, but should not be responsible for that fully.
So as we keep mentioning, the workshop I'm going to do is about metabolic health in general. Some of you maybe have heard about metabolic syndrome diseases, obesity, high blood pressure, high blood glucose, high triglycerides, elevated LDL, etc. And all of these lifestyle factors or cofactors that there's usually one or more when somebody's experiencing one. And if you look at an employee productivity cycle, and the feedback loop here from poor nutrition leads to poor health, lack of energy, lower productivity, loss of competitiveness, higher business costs, lower investment, lower economic growth, much of which was just talked about on that panel. But we really want to highlight how oftentimes with our programs or with corporate wellness programs, we're stepping over dollars to pick up pennies with events-based wellness without getting into the lifestyle rhythms and the patterns and the habits of each individual as much as we can. And again, this is very biopsychosocial. Everybody's different. Everybody has different needs and requirements and capacities. But we really want to highlight that the lifestyle factors that lead to elevated blood glucose, for instance, how that impacts somebody's cognitive function, focus, ability to perform, show up as their best self on a daily level is very real. And it's not always just an intellectual process on mitigating burnout and relieving stress or mitigating stress. Also here, this is, I think, very telling. This is a Gallup, some Gallup data here showing the entire Middle East, North Africa region when it comes to engaged, disengaged employees. And the percentage here, the percentages on the right, you can see the percentage of engaged employees according to this data. So United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia are doing the best, right, with 29 and 28% of employees who are engaged. But that's really showing that basically 70% of employees are not engaged. And within that, you have actively disengaged, which actively disengaged means toxic, potentially taking other people down in their departments, really a toxic force within the organization. So we wanted to really highlight this because, again, I'm going to keep going back to these lifestyle practices. I don't know if any of you know this, but one night of bad sleep, not two, one night of bad sleep has a tremendous impact on one's glycemic variations or blood glucose control. So if somebody is dealing with that on a day-to-day basis, poor sleep on a day-to-day basis, foods that aren't really supportive to their vitality and their productivity, maybe social issues as well, lack of movement, 10 hours a day or more of sitting also contributes to poor glucose variations. So all of that, and expecting someone to show up engaged is, again, we're playing the wrong game in some aspects.
And sometimes it's not, again, this is why I think that we should not make companies fully responsible for this, because a company may have a good culture and may have good systems, but then the employee also needs to, or the person who works for that company needs to do their part. And we see, because we're in healthcare, there is a crisis, particularly with sleep, particularly with the nutrition and the lack of movement. So there's no culture that it's going to change an individual, right? It's a behavior change that needs to happen. And companies definitely need to support on that, but the individual needs to be at the center of this conversation. So, okay, so we're going to bring a topic here that maybe it's not talked about, which is, so what we see in companies is that most companies have reactive short and long-term strategies, and that means that you provide crisis counseling, sick leave support, conflict mediation. You have reactive strategies that are a little bit more on the long term or the long tail, where you may have services that allow to do management of chronic diseases. The most advanced ones provide therapy, accommodation policies. But what we want to push is for the next two two points, which is to think about what are we doing from a preventative perspective, right? So on a short term and then on a long term. Mental fitness workshops, these are just a few examples. This is not the recipe. This is highly individualized to the company and to the individuals working in that company. But just a few ideas here. So from a preventative strategy on a short term, you could have mental fitness workshops. Notice that we don't mention mental health, and we actually use a different wording, mental fitness. We all know about physical fitness, but we don't really talk about mental fitness. And I think this, changing a little bit the wording, what we've noticed working with many companies is people felt a little bit more encouraged to join these programs. Because mental health was still a bit of a stigma. It's still, I don't want to be seen. I don't want to be the HR to see that I go there, or my colleague is going to shame me and judge me. So we tweaked a little bit, and we had a huge, huge intake and participation in these sort of workshops. Training managers in well-being first aid, so giving the tools. So if you can't hire or outsource a wellness officer from our company, you can train your managers so they can spot these orange or red flags that then it can lead to better workforce management. Workplace ergonomics, this is huge. 8 in 10 people have neck or low back pain. A third of our life is spent sleeping. The other third is working, mostly sitting. If I ask who has neck and lower back pain here?
Raise your hands if you've ever had back pain or neck pain. Yeah. Don't be shy. Raise your hands.
And if the next question is, do you think that this is related to your work environment? I bet the same hands will, exactly. So there's something that needs to be done on that end. And also something that is, some companies here are already the most, forward-thinking, already provide to their employees is a day where a physio visits the company and works with employees. And then you have the preventative strategies on a long term, right? So keep optimizing your culture, policy integration, flexible working models. Some companies do work fine in that. Some companies do not work fine with flexible working models, and maybe even employees don't like that. Regular screening, analysis, and coaching. The whole idea here is not that you need to be either reactive or preventative. The idea here is to strike a balance between both, because reactive strategies are important because they're fast responders, right? The preventative ones, the idea of the preventative is so that it lowers the amount of reactive response that you need into your workforce. So, for example, if your workforce has, or a department, a call center that only gets bad calls and complaints, if those people have a better fitness, right, they will need maybe less reactive support or less incidents of crisis. So that's the idea, is to look in, okay, so what are we doing to prevent on short, long term? And then how are we tracking this on the long term? So ROI is on the top, is a lagging indicator, and then everything that you do on the preventative is what you can do now to lower it. So, as I said, so the best-in-class well-being setup would be a combination of proactive prevention with the responsive safety nets. So both are important to have. Yeah. So, and with that, we need indicators. We need to measure. We were just discussing that. And we see that there's a lack of tools and a lack of maybe just training on that. And we just wanted to give you a few ideas of what are lagging indicators, so things that you see that have happened, and right, it's already too late, and what are the leading indicators that can give you a forward-looking and an anticipatory capacity in responding. So on the lagging indicators, you can see your absenteeism, your sick leave, turnover, retention, performance, productivity decline, healthcare, insurance costs, engagement, and morale. On the leading indicators is what are you doing in terms of engagement, participation, health and lifestyle behaviors, work environment, culture, mental and emotional support, productivity and performance signals, and organizational support. And then having this mindset, the idea is that you leading indicators guide your decisions, but then lagging indicators is what proves the ROI. So then you build a model around this based on your company setup, based on the type of employees that you have, and you keep iterating. But having these metrics and having a framework will allow you then to, get the ball going and then keep iterating and keep iterating. But when you take this to your boss and boss's boss, this is already a framework that it's going to give them confidence that you're moving in the right direction, you're moving with data, and you're moving with the right structure. And very basic example here is basic dashboard. You have your domains, you have your leading indicators or predictive indicators, and then you have your lagging ones, right? So then you can say, okay, ROI we're going to see on, are we able to, for example, on the health domain, if I do preventive checkups, stress surveys, EAP usage, or any other initiative that fits that domain, am I going to see a decrease in medical claims? Am I going to see a decrease of rates in chronic diseases like low back pain and so on? Am I going to have a lower claim in disability? So that's where you track the ROI, and then you can prove, hey, here's what I want to do. I want to do a pilot for the next year. It's going to cost this much, but the potential is to lower 1 or 2% on the medical claims, which then maybe we can renegotiate our policies and premiums, which are increasing on a year-to-year basis, and that's going to be something that will reflect on a P&L. So you'll have a P&L type of approach when it comes to building your strategy. And you do the same for whatever domains that you have in the company. But building a framework like this, it will guarantee to take a win home. But start with a pilot, start small, and then build your case from that point. So track both. So lead with insight, right? And prove with impact. But to have insight, you need data. We go back to the point that Amr was saying is fix the house, right? Do you have the right systems, policies, processes, procedures? Do you have the right platform that you can collect this data? Do you have the right data from medical claims and sick leaves and absenteeism rates? You can't get a strategy if you don't have the right information, or the strategy is just going to lead to a tactical mistake. One more. So we will show you a few examples of initiatives that we've done with different companies that started with understanding the organizational needs.
So, as mentioned, we can't show all the work we do. A lot of it's confidential, but just with this particular case study with Red Sea Global, data collection, conducted over 1,000 health screenings, point-of-care testing, body composition scans, clinical consultation. So we're, again, trying to get all the metrics and markers that are meaningful for these aspects we want to help employees improve on. Mobilized our medical teams to remote locations in order to do that in Red Sea Global and Amala up in the Tabuk region, and provided aggregated confidential outcomes, dashboarding, and comprehensive health snapshots to guide further wellness initiatives, which included coaching. We usually couple these with 12-week programs. So whatever the data is, we then tailor and customize programs for the individuals who need interventions and habit change and accountability, and again, the biopsychosocial tailoring to their particular life circumstances. If you go to the next slide, please. This one is more, you can see a lot of the data. So we did there were 21 people identified as high risk in a particular location within Unilever. And they have an in-house clinician that monitored this. So it was being clinically monitored with the health coaches feeding back to the clinician. And it was high HbA1c, which those of you who don't know is a 3-month snapshot of your blood glucose. So it's a lot more effective than just getting a quick prick and seeing what's your total glucose right now, because you might have had fettuccine Alfredo last night and you just got into a big traffic jam and you're super angry, and so your blood glucose is off. But a 3-month snapshot's a lot more effective. So these individuals with either hyperlipidemia, high blood glucose, obesity, high blood pressure, etc., we took them through a 12-week program. And of course, some of them were probably getting medicine as well, and medical intervention. But you can see overwhelmingly the results going from 13.7 to 6.4, 7.1 to 6.5, 6.9 to 6.4, triglycerides down 422 to 113. So, and a testimonial as well. It's very impactful what you can do with people with mindset, nutrition, movement, and recovery protocols in their life, and help them with the skill set. that's, again, applicable to their own particular circumstances. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach. But this is a huge win for us, and I think it really shows the power of what these interventions, when properly driven by data, can do. Also, Red Sea Global. So here's some of the outcomes. 66% reduction in persistent recurring low back, neck, musculoskeletal pain in general. 81% of the participants reported noticeable improvements in mood and energy. Again, if you have back pain or if you've got any of these other chronic illnesses, it's really hard to show up feeling good and performing at your highest level. 94% of employees reported interest in continuation of the services. Great survey data. 89 out of 100 net promoter score by employees who benefited from the service. 4,250 plus workstation adjustments. So again, we go into all the locations and we bring a physio team and ergonomic specialists to really make sure that people know how to tailor their workstation and their tools that they task with to their bodies rather than their body to those tools, which is what most people unfortunately end up doing. And a major improvement in all those biomarkers that I showed on the slide before for Unilever.
We won't bore you with reading all of these comments from the users of these services, but all in all, this is an initiative that drives high satisfaction, high engagement, and touches on a problem that is tied to medical claims. So it's very easy to plug in, very easy to track ROI, and you can see in front of your employee's face when they go for a 20-minute session, when the physio is in the corporate office. The first instinct, companies or managers feel like, oh, but he's going to spend less 20 minutes a day. Well, they're at 70% are already disengaged. So you're not losing anything. You're actually increasing the actively engaged workforce. So this is something to consider. And we will finish with giving you a review one more. I think there's a video. This is a video of a big group here in Saudi Arabia. You will see our team doing an office ergonomic coaching through the whole organization. And we weren't able to show the physiotherapy. You will see in the beginning the setup. We actually go to companies, and if the company has the space, we build a proper setup that for males and females employees, and we bring male and female physios. There's a given day for each one, or the same day is broken down into male in the morning, female in the afternoon. And some companies have it either once a week, some companies have every day, and it's very powerful. So. We hope that you can take something back home and rethink, or what can you apply into your organization. Thank you for your time and your attention. Richard is going to be doing another workshop on the other section, and we will be in our booth. If you have any other questions or any inquiries, we'll be happy to answer. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Bruno, just to back up what you were saying, I personally have so many neck surgeries. ما يبين I personally had to have so many neck surgeries just because of poor office placements of my laptop and my screen. I've had a a lot of crazy things, but take them seriously. Thank you so much. Anybody has any questions, please join them at the booth the next door.
ننتقل الآن إلى المتحدثة التالية الأستاذة عائشة IT Operation Manager at Captain Chief, and she will speak about the how they are helping empowering companies with healthy meals and complete wellness solutions for employees. تفضل أستاذ عائشة.
Behind it's not audible. They can hear, but behind it's not audible. So we have to speak a little.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أولاً حاب أوضح إنه أنا الآن موجودة نيابة عن السي او. أيوة سامعيني الآن؟ حابة أوضح إنه أنا اليوم نيابة عن الدقل صار عنده أيوة للأسف صار عنده حالة وفاة وأنا الآن نيابة عنه. معكم عائشة نصيف من تطبيق كابتن شيف. إحنا منصة تعنى بكل المستلزمات الصحية، سواء اشتراكات شهرية للوجبات الصحية أو supplements أو حتى healthy snacks. فخلينا نبلش. أولاً حابة أسألكم who had a healthy lunch this week? Okay, I can see some hands, but not many. And this is the real about the workplaces, that we don't have time to eat healthy all the time. We probably most of the time we are drinking coffee. Just can you go to the next slide? Okay. So in Saudi Arabia, studies shows that 2 out of 3 people drinking coffee or rely on coffee instead of meals, and less than half only eating fruits and vegetables during their days. That means low energy, poor focus, less attention on their work and their productivity. So we are here talking about how much the healthy food important for your mind, for your health, for your productivity on your work. Okay. Why nutrition matters? Because if you all the time drinking coffee, so that means you are so stressed, you are eating junk foods, you are eating how I can say, a lot of sugars, so that means fast energy, then your body goes down on the energy, then you start feeling tired and you cannot focus on your work. So we have case study in Riyadh and in Tabuk. One hospital in Riyadh, they tried a wellness program. They just focusing on drink more water and eating more fruits. This is what they start to do. It's a small step, only to see the focus, only to see the result about eating healthy. Then the result, employees had a good health, better health, and less sick leave days. In Tabuk also, doctors joined lifestyle program, healthy diet, sleep well, and regular exercises, and the result, as you know, good health and more productivity. So, how junk foods hurts you at work? If you eat sugar drinks and sweets, that mean quick energy, then suddenly crash. That mean tired and feeling angry. If we eat fast food, fried meals, that mean heavy on your stomach. After your lunch, you start to feel sleepy, and your work will go because you need the energy to start to focus on doing the work. So too much junk food, that mean weak memory and slow thinking over the time. Also, it's linked to the stress and low mood and less focus on your brain. Okay. In Captain Chef, we are providing you a healthy meal programs. We helping your employee to feel better and focus on their work because we are taking care about their health. We are providing healthy food plans, snacks, supplements also, and we will focus on your employee nutrition, and your employee will focus on their works. So that means a company success, inshallah. Please visit us on our booth in A15, and we will be there to help you and answer all your questions. Thank you for listening. I will not take too much time from you. Thank you.
شكرا لك أستاذة عائشة وشكرا للجميع وتعزينا الأستاذ الكريم ووصلي لنا إن شاء الله. شكرا لكم جميعا. نأخذ استراحة الآن حتى الساعة 12:20 دقيقة ونشوفكم إن شاء الله بعد نصف ساعة. وأعزائنا المشاهدين كذلك في البث المباشر سنعود إن شاء الله الساعة 12:20 دقيقة إن شاء الله. Mr. Rohan, can you bring the reward, please? And the certificate.
Hello, hello. You can go check. Check, check. 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 Check, check, check. Hello. Check. Check. Check, check. Hello. Check. Okay. Where? You will not get. Huh? Huh? No?
Only this one. This is one only I heard.
No, just heard.
Right. You go.
Hello.
सर एक साथ होते हैं तो फिर
الو.
واحد. So we're ready to start. راح نبدأ. Welcome back everybody. Everybody back. Should we close? Rohan, would you like to close the door because it's a good signal for people to come in? Thank you. Welcome back, and we are ready to continue our program. تفضل فراس.
أهلا وسهلا فيكم من جديد وأهلا ومرحبا فيكم. نقدم الآن متحدثتنا الأستاذة ندى بن عبود، بروجكت مانجر في المركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية. Ms. Nada bin Aboud is an expert in workplace development and mental health promotion. She holds an executive master's in human resource management and a master's in social work. With over 8 years of experience in project and program management, she has led impactful national initiatives, including a workplace mental health ambassador program. Nada combines strategic leadership and social expertise to foster supportive and healthy workplace environment. نرحب بالأستاذة ندى، حياك الله.
الله يحييك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. سعيدة كثير بتواجدي اليوم معاكم. اليوم يعني بتكون حديثنا عن المركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية. وبنتكلم عن أهمية الصحة النفسية وإيش نقصد بالصحة النفسية في بيئة العمل، وآخر شيء بنعطيكم نبذة عن بعض مبادراتنا في المهتمة في بيئات العمل. المركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية قرار مجلس الوزراء الموقر رقم 685 وتاريخ يسهم في تعزيز الصحة النفسية وتهيئة حياة أفضل لأفراد المجتمع، تعزيز المشاركة الإيجابية ودعم الفئات الأكثر عرضة للاضطرابات النفسية. مجتمع حيوي، بيئة عامرة، اقتصاد مزدهر، تأتي سعادة المواطنين والمقيمين على رأس أولوياتنا، وسعادتهم لا تتم دون اكتمال صحتهم البدنية والنفسية والاجتماعية. وهنا تكمن أهمية رؤيتنا في بناء مجتمع ينعم أفراده بنمط حياة صحي ومحيط يتيح العيش في بيئة إيجابية وجذابة. رؤيتنا الريادة على المستوى الوطني والإقليمي في تطوير وإنتاج برامج تعزيز النفسية في بيئة الفرد شاملة الأكثر برامج نوعية تراعي احتياجات المجتمع وتتبنى المفاهيم العلمية بما يحقق التميز والنماء للمجتمع. غاية بداية تنظيم وحوكمة خدمات تعزيز الصحة النفسية، دعم ومساندة قضايا تعزيز الصحة النفسية وزيادة الوعي. 3 تطوير برامج وقائية. وأخيرا الارتقاء بكفاءة الأداء المهني ساهم في الصحة. هذا فيديو بسيط بعض ما يقدمه
المركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية نعرف من وين بدأنا ونعرف من وين وصلنا. المركز الوطني من خلال جائزة أفضل وعمل شخصية متوازنة للطالب الجامعي وتعزيز مفاهيم الصحة النفسية لدى طلاب وطالبات الجامعة وأيضا تسهيل الوصول للخدمات النفسية. كما قمنا بإطلاق مبادرة أصدقاء الصحة النفسية لجعل أفراد المجتمع أكثر وعيا بالمساهمة في تحسين الصحة النفسية من خلال توجيه الأشخاص للجوء إلى المساعدة عند الحاجة. نكتفي بذلك بل قمنا بعمل مبادرة مفاهيم الصحة النفسية لأفراد المجتمع ليكونوا صف الدفاع الأول في الصحة النفسية. وقدمنا أكثر من 500 ورشة عمل للأفراد والجهات. في المركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية نعرف وين وصلنا ومن وين بدأنا. بدأنا بكم ونهدف لصناعة حياة أفضل تسهم في بناء الفرد في المجتمع. تخطينا الكثير وقدامنا خطوات أكثر. هذه قصتنا وموجودين عشان نساعدك في قصتك.
هذا باختصار المركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية. خلونا نجي نتكلم ليش نتكلم اليوم عن الصحة النفسية وليش هي مهمة. أهمية تعزيز الصحة النفسية تأثير ممتد وعميق على الفرد والأسرة والمجتمع والصحة البدنية والجسدية. فجوة علاجية كبيرة، حوالي ما بين 60 إلى 70% من السكان لا يحصلون على الخدمات النفسية اللازمة. نسبة انتشار عالية في المملكة العربية السعودية، 34% معرضون للإصابة بالاضطرابات النفسية. في المملكة حوالي 80% من المصابين باضطرابات نفسية جسيمة لا يطلبون المساعدة. يحسن معرفتنا بالأسباب وعوامل الخطورة، تساهم في إنتاج برامج وقائية وفعالة. يعاني تقريبا كثير من الدراسات والإحصائيات قالت أن 60% من الموظفين يعانون بصمت جراء ضغوط العمل. الصلابة النفسية تحد من تعرض الموظف للاحتراق الوظيفي بنسبة 50%. 43% من الموظفين على استعداد عن التخلي عن راتب أعلى من أجل بيئة تراعي صحتهم النفسية. لماذا تعد الصحة النفسية اليوم أولوية استراتيجية في بيئة العمل؟ لا يخفى عليكم أنها تعزز الإنتاجية وتقلل التغيب والإنهاك، توفر بيئة من الثقة والانفتاح والتعاون، تقلل من معدلات الاحتراق الوظيفي والاستقالات، تعد عنصر جوهري في جودة الحياة الوظيفية. ماذا نعني بالصحة النفسية في بيئة العمل؟ الصحة النفسية في بيئة العمل تشير إلى مستوى الرفاه النفسي والعاطفي والمعرفي الذي يتمتع به الموظف أثناء أدائه لمهامه. نعني التعامل مع الضغوط اليومية، الإحساس بالرضا والإنجاز، بناء علاقات مهنية إيجابية، التفاعل مع التغيير بمرونة، الإبداع والمساهمة بفعالية. طيب خلونا نجي نتكلم إيش تجربة المركز الوطني في تعزيز الصحة النفسية في بيئات العمل. المركز تقريبا 8 سنوات بدأ في التركيز على بيئات العمل، وشاف أنه ضروري أنه إحنا ندخل في هذا المجال. حاجة الفرد الموظف إلى تعزيز الصحة النفسية. من أهم الأشياء اللي اشتغلنا عليها أنه يكون عندنا أدلة إرشادية للأفراد وللمجتمعات الوظيفية يستطيعون أنه من خلالها فعلا يفهمون وش الصحة النفسية وكيف يشتغلون على الصحة النفسية في بيئات عملهم. يمكن من أول الأدلة 21 و 22 دليل من إصدار المركز، آخر من إصدار المركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية، وأيضا وقاية. وكان الهدف رفع الوعي بين أصحاب العمل والعاملين وتقديم توصيات عملية تساعد على بناء بيئة عمل صحية وآمنة، تقليل عوامل الخطر التي قد تؤدي إلى مشاكل نفسية، تعزيز الجوانب الإيجابية للعمل والقوى العاملة، تسليط الضوء على أكثر مشكلات الصحة النفسية شيوعا بين العاملين. طبعا هذه الأدلة ليست لتشخيص الأمراض بل لتشجيع الممارسات التي تدعم الرفاه النفسي في مكان العمل. أيضا من يعني أحدث الأدلة في المركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية صدر هذا العام، اللي هو من الاحتراق إلى الإشراق، وهذا دليل إرشادي للوقاية والتعافي من الاحتراق الوظيفي. هدف الدليل رفع الوعي لدى الأفراد والمنظمات حول الاحتراق الوظيفي وأسبابه، توضيح الآثار النفسية والجسدية والاجتماعية للاحتراق الوظيفي، تقديم استراتيجيات عملية للوقاية والعلاج، وتعزيز الرفاه في بيئة العمل، ودعم الموظفين والقادة بمعلومات وأدوات عملية لخلق بيئة العمل. حقيقي هذا الدليل أتمنى الكل يطلع عليه، لأنه دليل لأي شخص، سواء كنت أنت تبغى تشتغل على نفسك بشكل شخصي، سواء كنت أنت مسؤول في مكان عمل عن رفع الرفاه النفسي أو الويل-بينج، أو كنت مؤسسة تحاول أنه يكون عندها سياسات أو إجراءات تعزز من الصحة النفسية وتركز على موضوع الاحتراق الوظيفي. فهذا الدليل كثير راح يساعد في هذا الموضوع، خصوصا في قلة المراجع في هذا المجال، الاحتراق الوظيفي خصوصا باللغة العربية. أيضا صدر أكثر من أدلة في تخصصات معينة، مثلا ضاعف إنجازك، كيف ترتب حياتك وتحقق أهدافك، خطوات عملية، دليل عملي للتعامل مع الضغوط لما تتعرض لضغوط في بيئة العمل، كيف تتعامل معه. أيضا السنة اللي راحت كان اليوم العالمي للصحة النفسية، كان بالأخص عن بيئة العمل، فصدر عن المركز دليل إرشادي يرشد الجهات العمل كيف يفعلون اليوم العالمي للصحة النفسية، وش المحتوى والمواد اللي يشاركونها مع الموظفين. كل هذه الأدلة راح تلقونها في الموقع الرسمي للمركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية، تقدرون تحملونها وتطلعون عليها وتستفيدون منها. طيب نجي لبرنامجنا الأكبر في هذا الموضوع، هو برنامج سفراء الصحة النفسية في بيئة العمل. يعني باختصار، برنامج سفراء الصحة النفسية هو المركز حرص أنه يكون أو عمل على أنه يكون في كل جهة عمل سفير قادر على أنه يقود مبادرة تعزز من الصحة النفسية في بيئة عمله. يهدف هذا البرنامج تعزيز رفاهية الموظفين وجعل مكان عملهم أكثر كفاءة وصحة وإنتاجية، ويقدم البرنامج لجهات العمل التي ترغب في تعزيز صحة ورفاهية موظفيها، ويعمل هذا البرنامج على منح السفراء المهارات والمعارف اللازمة لدعم وتطوير الصحة النفسية في أماكن عملهم. أهداف البرنامج 5 أهداف. الهدف الأول هو رفع الوعي بالصحة النفسية في بيئة العمل. ثاني هدف هو تطوير مهارات العاملين لمواجهة الضغوط المختلفة في العمل. ثالث هدف تحسين البيئة المادية والمعنوية في مكان العمل. رابع هدف تفعيل السياسات والإجراءات المتعلقة بالصحة النفسية. خامس هدف تيسير الخدمات النفسية تيسير الخدمات النفسية للعاملين. إيش هو دور السفير؟ دور السفير معانا أنه يحضر في البداية دورة تدريبية تمتد من 3 أيام إلى 4 أيام. بعدها يبني فريق عمل مبادرة عنده في جهة عمله. بعدها يبدأ في إعداد وتنفيذ مبادرة لتعزيز الصحة النفسية. وآخر شيء يعني ومن ضمن أو من خلال العمل رفع خطة العمل والتقارير الشهرية عن سير العمل. هذه العملية تمتد تقريبا من 8 شهور إلى سنة. يحضر معانا السفير في البداية دورة، بعدها يبدأ يحط خطة عمله، يبني فريقه، بعدها يبدأ تنفيذ مبادرته، ويزود المركز الوطني بشكل شهري بتقرير عن الأعمال التي يقوم فيها. إيش الأشياء اللي يشتغل عليها السفير؟ ما هذه هي المجالات، هذه العوامل المؤثرة في الصحة النفسية، ومن خلال الأنشطة اللي يعمل عليها السفير هذه هي المجالات 8 اللي هو يشتغل عليها، ويحقق من خلالها ال5 أهداف اللي ذكرتها في البداية. إذا تذكرون قلت إنه الوعي وتطوير مهارات الموظفين، إنه يكون في تحسين البيئة المادية، يكون في سياسات وإجراءات، وآخر شيء يسهل إنه يكون فيه خدمات. هذه المواضيع اللي ركز عليها: التوازن بين العمل والحياة، إدارة ضغوط العمل، التقدير والمكافأة في مكان العمل، التأثير والمشاركة، مقصود أنه كيف يكون الموظف تأثير وفي عمله والمهام اللي يقوم فيها، القيادة الآمنة، الدعم النفسي، التواصل والعلاقات، وآخر شيء الاندماج الوظيفي. طبعا يزود السفير يمكن ما في مجال اني انا احط الخطه اللي احنا نشتغل فيها مع السفراء، بس احنا نزودهم بتفاصيل التفاصيل. يعني نقول له انه انت عندك 5 أهداف، ونحط كل ال5 أهداف على كل مجال. يعني لازم يحقق ال5 أهداف لكل مجال. يعني لما يجي عند، بس عشان تفهمون فكره البرنامج، لما يجي مثلا عند توازن بين العمل والحياه لازم يوعي بيئه عمله. وايش يعني نقصد بالتوازن بين العمل والحياه؟ تفضل. الملتحقين، طيب هو عادي انه يكون اي احد، بس احنا حريصين انه يكونون اشخاص معنيين بالموظفين. فاي نعم نفضل الاتش ار، نفضل التواصل الداخلي، اي شخص هو جزء من مهامه انه يشتغل مع الموظفين، لانه ما ينفع يصير معنا سفير هو اصلا ما عنده من ضمن مهامه، خصوصا البرنامج طويل، فضروري انه يرتبط هدفنا بهدفه، فاحنا نحقق له هدفه ويحقق لنا هدفنا في البرنامج. فنرجع لموضوع مثلا التوازن بين العمل والحياه، يحقق الهدف الاول، يوعي بهذا المفهوم، بعدها يطور مهارات الموظفين من خلال الدورات التدريبيه في هذا بما يحقق هذا المفهوم. ايش السياسات والاجراءات اللي ممكن هو يفعلها او وتساعد على التوازن، مثلا الساعات المرنه، العمل عن بعد، وهذه الامور اللي تساعد على التوازن بين العمل والحياه. ايضا مثلا تسهيل وصول الموظفين للخدمات النفسيه. هل جهه العمل اشتغلت عليها انه هو سهل انه يحصل على استشاره اسريه، استشاره تخص ابنائه، تخصه هو سواء كانت اجتماعيه او نفسيه، وعلى كل هذه ال8 راح يشتغل. فكل شهر احنا نشتغل على مفهوم ونحقق فيه ال5 أهداف. ليش ما يتحرك؟ طيب احنا تقريبا بدينا من 2021، وصل عدد جهات العمل المشاركة معنا إلى 150 جهة عمل. الجهات العمل مختلفة ما بين حكومية، خاصة، والقطاع الخيري. عدد السفراء وصل إلى أكثر من 200 سفير. في كثير معنا سفراء مستمرين صار لهم 3 سنوات 4 سنوات ينتهي مبادرته ويبدأ مرة أخرى مبادرة أخرى. غطينا تقريبا 9 مدن في السعودية. تم العمل على أكثر من 1000 نشاط. طبعا هذا جزء بسيط من الجهات المشاركة معنا، وكنت اليوم صراحة سعيدة لأني أنا شفت يمكن أكثر من 10 سفراء إحنا دربناهم معنا في البرنامج حاضرين معنا اليوم المؤتمر. طيب بس أحتاج الفيديو. في فيديو جميل مع أمانة الأحساء. صراحة أنا أحب هذا الفيديو. ليش؟ لأنه لما اشتغل فريق المبادرة في أمانة الأحساء بدأ بإيش؟ بدأ أنه يصنع فيديو من صاحب قرار كبير في أمانة الأحساء، هو الأمين العام، يؤيد الصحة النفسية في بيئة العمل، ويبين للموظفين كيف هو يدعم موضوع الصحة النفسية للموارد البشرية. ممكن تشغلنا الفيديو؟
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أمانة الأحساء على توفير بيئة عمل صحية وإيجابية. نؤمن أن المورد البشري هو محور نجاح أي منظمة، وأن تحقيق التوازن بين الحياة المهنية والشخصية يمثل أحد ركائز بيئة العمل المثالية، لا سيما وأن الموظفين يقضون جزءا كبيرا من حياتهم في بيئة العمل. من هذا المنطلق نعمل على تعزيز رفاه الموظفين النفسي من خلال تطوير سياسات وإجراءات وبرامج تهدف إلى تحسين البيئة المادية والمعنوية للعمل، بما يسهم في رفع مستوى جودة الحياة وتحقيق مستهدفات رؤية المملكة 2030. من التزامنا بدعم الصحة النفسية ينبع من إدراكنا العميق بدورها المحوري في تحفيز الإبداع وزيادة الإنتاجية وتحقيق الأهداف. ولأننا نؤمن بأن دعم الموظفين هو واجب ومسؤولية مشتركة، فإننا نسعى لتبني أفضل الممارسات لتعزيز الصحة النفسية في بيئة العمل بالتعاون مع المركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية بهدف بناء بيئة عمل محفزة تلبي التطلعات وتحقق الطموحات الفردية والجماعية. معا نصنع بيئة عمل مستدامة تدعم التميز والإبداع وتدفعنا جميعا نحو مستقبل واعد ومشرق.
طبعا أنا جدا فخورة بتجربة أمانة الأحساء، وصراحة في تجارب كثيرة بس ما يسعني أني أضعها، جدا فخورة فيها. بس حبيت أني أنا أستشهد بهذا الفيديو. إحنا لما يلتحقون معنا السفراء في البرنامج طبعا إحنا نشترط عليهم موافقة جهات العمل، لكن لما ينزلون ويبدأون ينفذون مبادراتهم يلقون مقاومة من أصحاب القرار. يمكن يلقون تأييد من شخص، وهذا الشخص قد أصلا يتغير أو ينتقل لمكان آخر، لكن يجد أشخاص ثانيين لا يؤمنون فكرة تعزيز الصحة النفسية ولا يؤمنون بمبادرات ويجدونها شيء ثانوي لا يستحق. وكان من أهم الأشياء اللي كنا نركز عليها في التدريب مع السفراء أنه يحصل على تأييد من صاحب قرار كبير في المنشأة. كانت هذه إحدى الأمثلة اللي الأمين العام للأمانة سجل فيديو هذا. تخيلوا كيف شعور الموظفين، كيف شعور باقي القيادات في المنشأة لما تعرف هذا التأييد وتبني الفكرة هذه. شكرا لهم وشكرا لكل اللي معانا وكل السفراء الموجودين. في أحد رافع؟ تفضل. ممكن تعطي مايك بس دقيقة؟
السلام عليكم. معكم أنس الجعفر، ممثل أمانة الأحساء، والأخ حسين المطاوعة. طبعا احنا فخورين جدا بعرض الفيديو هذا. رأس الهرم عندنا مبادر جدا في تعزيز الصحة النفسية. المهندس عصام أحدث تغيير جذري في المورد البشري في الأمانة. اهتم بالجانب النفسي أول حاجة للموظف، انطلق إلى المكافأة والتقدير، انطلق إلى التغيير المناسب لكل موظف حسب أهميته العلمية، حسب أهميته الوظيفية، وأيضا ركز على جانب الفعاليات اللي تروح شوي عن يعني نفسية الموظف خلال يوم العمل. نشكر لكم مركز الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية على عرض هذه المبادرة، ونتمنى إن شاء الله يكون لنا تعاون في قادم الأيام.
شكرا لك، يعطيك العافية. في أحد من السفراء هنا يبغى فرصة أن يتكلم؟ ممكن مايك هنا؟ بسم الله.
يعطيك العافية أستاذ ندى. معكم إيناس الغامدي، ومعايا زملائي أستاذة مريم الدوسري وأستاذة صفا هاشم. إحنا من برنامج السفراء الصحة النفسية، ممثلين لوزارة الحرس الوطني. حابة أني أشكر صراحة المركز يعني الوطني لتعزيز الصحة النفسية وأستاذة ندى على دعمها. البرنامج جدا رائع، وأنا يعني بشكل شخصي I encourage إنه أو يعني أحاول إني أعزز هذا الشيء، إنه كل صناع القرار يكونوا مشاركين في مبادرة زي كذا. ليش؟ لأنه توجه الدولة وتوجه 2030 إنه إحنا للويل-بينج وللرفاهية الموظف، فالصحة النفسية للموظفين إنه وزي ما تفضلت أستاذة ندى وشرحت إنه المبادرات مش بتركز فقط على الصحة العقلية أو على الجانب النفسي، لا بتركز على تعزيز جوانب أخرى بتأثر بالتالي على الستريس مانجمنت، على المستوى الاحتراق الوظيفي. فيعني يعطيكم العافية أستاذة ندى، وأنا بشكل شخصي ويعني بالنيابة عن زملائي فخورين جدا إنه إحنا التحقنا ببرنامج زي كذا، والله يوفقكم يعني والأثر فعلا واضح جدا إنه يكفي زي ما تفضلتي حضرتك إنه إحنا ندور على الأثر. أمانة الأحساء يعني هذا الأثر اللي تدوروا عليه، إنه هم فخورين بالقيادة حقتهم. فيعطيكم العافية أستاذة ندى، شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا لك.
يعطيك العافية أستاذة ندى. طبعا أكيد غنية عن التعريف ما شاء الله. أنا أماني العلي، مديرة الثقافة المؤسسية والتدريب في شركة نسمة وشركائهم، وكان لنا الفخر صراحة نرعى هذا البرنامج للمرة الأولى في المنطقة الشرقية. فاليوم إذا أنا ححكي عن الأثر، يمكن أثر نسمة امتد من كونها تصنع الفارق في منشأتها إلى أنه كان عندنا تقريبا 40 سفير في هذا البرنامج، فأكثر من 30 منشأة كانت موجودة. فالرسالة اللي أنا أشوفها هنا صراحة على المستوى الشخصي أو من باب برضو مهني، لأنه هذا الشيء مرتبط ارتباط كبير بوظيفتي، أنه فعلا نبحث عن الأثر. يعني اليوم الإنسان لما يكون في منصب، سواء كان مدير سواء كان موظف، كيف أنا أترك بصمتي في هذا المكان؟ كيف أعامل الإنسان ببساطة كإنسان؟ هو في النهاية عنده KPIs وعنده استراتيجيز وعنده أشياء أكيد يعني يجاهد عشان يحققها، بس أيضا لازم نراعي الجانب الإنساني في المسؤوليات اللي عنده في البيت، لا سمح الله الحالات الصحية سواء للموظف نفسه أو لأحد أفراد العائلة. فهذه النظرة صراحة تصنع الفرق، وأنا شخصيا لمستها يعني في مساري المهني، سواء كمديرة مع الفريق أو حتى لما أنا كنت أحتاج الدعم هذا من إدارتي.
شكرا لك أستاذة أماني، شهادة نفتخر فيها. في باقي أحد؟ طيب يعطيكم
أستاذة ندى. طيب الحين يعني ما شاء الله ودنا نصير سفراء أو نعين أحد من السفراء عندنا يعني في الجهات، بس ما علمتنا الطريقة كيف. هل في طريقة معينة ولا أنتم بتختارونهم ولا نقدر نتواصل معاكم ونعين السفراء ونسوي البرامج؟ ما شاء الله مبادرات رائعة جدا، وحنا اليوم كثير من الجهات التفتوا هذه المبادرات ويسووا الخطط هذه كلها، بس أكيد مع أصحاب الخبرة بتصير أكثر يعني شمولية وأكثر خبرة، وأكيد أنكم اشتغلتوا مع جهات كثيرة، فأكيد بنستفيد يعني ما شاء الله على من الأدلة اللي شفناها يعني. هل في طريقة لتعيين السفراء هذولي؟
إيه أكيد. إحنا يعني تقريبا نقيم البرنامج 2 إلى 3 مرات في السنة. بنعرض لكم آخر شيء كود لأي أحد مهتم بأي شكل من الأشكال، عنده أسئلة أو شيء، إحنا بنرجع نتواصل معكم، يعني حاطين هذا في الاعتبار بإذن الله. طيب آخر شيء نتكلم لكم عن المشروع المستقبلي أو اللي إحنا الآن نشتغل عليه، وحابين أن نشارككم كونكم شركاء ومهتمين بما إحنا نهتم فيه، اللي هو مقياس وطني لقياس الرفاه النفسي في بيئة العمل. المشروع الوطني هذا زي ما قلت لقياس مستوى الرفاه في بيئات العمل داخل المملكة العربية السعودية، وتحديد العوامل التنظيمية والوظيفية المؤثرة على الرفاه النفسي للعاملين، مما يساهم في توفير بيانات دقيقة لدعم تطوير سياسات واستراتيجيات تعزز بيئات عمل صحية ومستدامة، بما يتماشى مع رؤية المملكة 2030 لتحسين جودة الحياة. طبعا أهداف المشروع أنه نقيس مستوى الصحة النفسية في بيئات العمل السعودية وفق معايير علمية وموثوقة، تحليل العوامل المؤثرة على الصحة النفسية، إيش العوامل بالضبط اللي تأثر، هل هي ضغوط، بيئة دعم تنظيمي، ثقافة تنظيمية، أو جميعها، تحديد الفجوات والتحديات اللي تواجه الصحة النفسية في بيئة العمل، مقارنة بيئات العمل السعودية بالمعايير العالمية في الصحة النفسية، واقتراح استراتيجيات تطويرية لتعزيز الرفاه النفسي، وآخر شيء يكون عندنا قاعدة بيانات وطنية لدعم صناع القرار في تطوير بيئات عمل أكثر دعما للصحة النفسية. طبعا هذا المشروع كبير ونتوقع منه تحديات كثيرة ولا تخفاكم، نذكر بعضها: صعوبة الاتفاق على القطاعات والمجالات اللي يشملها المقياس، بمعنى قطاع عسكري، صحي، وهذه احنا وجدناها عفوا لما كنا مع السفراء، كان في اختلاف في بيئات العمل، احتياجات مختلفة. القطاع العسكري احتياجاته مختلفة عن القطاع الصحي، عن القطاع التجاري، القطاع الخيري. هل احنا نحتاج، هل فيه معايير تشملهم جميعها؟ هل يحتاج أنه يكون لكل جهة معايير خاصة فيها؟ اختيار الأبعاد والمعايير المناسبة اللي تعكس الرفاه النفسي بشكل شامل وملائم للسياق المحلي. زي ما ذكرنا، هل يشمل الضغوط فقط أم القيادة أم جميعها؟ بناء منصة إلكترونية آمنة وسهلة الاستخدام وضمان سرية البيانات. تعرفون مجال الصحة النفسية مجال حساس، في صعوبة جدا أنك تجمع بيانات موثوقة عن الموظفين كأفراد، كيف تحافظ على سريتهم، كيف هم يحسون أنه فعلا معلوماتهم لن تشارك. هذه برضو تعتبر من التحديات الكبيرة. رفع معدلات المشاركة من الموظفين والتغلب على وصمة التخوف من الإفصاح. ما يخفاكم أكيد موضوع الصحة النفسية كيف هو وصمة، رغم أنه صراحة مؤخرا صرنا نشوف لا، الناس صارت تحب تتكلم عن الصحة النفسية، لكن يمكن الموظف ما يقدر يتعمق أو يتكلم في مكان عمله، عند يخشى أنه مديره يطلع عليها، موظف معه يطلع عليها. هذه برضو من التحديات. ضمان التزام القيادات باستخدام نتائج المقياس. يعني الآن إحنا نشوف الموضوع ترند، فنشوف تصوير ونشوف هذه البيئات العمل، السعادة الوظيفية، الرفاه، بس هل في التزام حقيقي ولا هي بس يعني زي مثل الشو والفعاليات اللي نشوفها في السوشيال ميديا أو في حسابات بعض الجهات؟ هل فعلا في تبني من القيادات؟ هل في قناعة شخصية أنه فعلا أنا إذا اهتميت بالصحة النفسية للموظف هذا راح ألقى نتائجه في العمل؟ استدامة المقياس وتحديثه بشكل دوري عشان يتماشى مع التغيرات وإمكانية توسع ليكون مرجع إقليمي. خلص. طيب، إن المقياس الوطني للرفاه في بيئة العمل أكيد يمثل أداة استراتيجية وأكيد مطلب. يعني كثير نسمع من الجهات إحنا نحتاج هذا المقياس اللي يقيس هل أنا بيئة عملي فعلا معززة للصحة النفسية. فهذا دليل أنه أداة استراتيجية لدعم استدامة بيئات العمل الصحية في المملكة. نجاح هذا المشروع يعتمد كثير على جهود تكاتف الجهود بين المركز الوطني والجهود الحكومية والخاصة. طبعا احنا ندعوكم انكم تكونون شركاء معنا في رعايته ودعمه ماديا وجسديا. توفير البيانات كثير في هذا الموضوع، نحتاج بيانات ومشاركتها في تطبيق المقياس. المساهمة في نشر الوعي حول الصحة النفسية في بيئات العمل. معا يمكننا أن نجعل المملكة نموذجا رائدا في تعزيز الرفاه النفسي على المستوى الوطني والإقليمي. الشريحة اللي بعدها. ممكن آخر الباركود. طيب، شكرا لكم، يعطيكم العافية. أشكر كل السفراء اللي كانوا موجودين، وجودهم ودعمهم. شكرا لكم لاهتمامكم ودعمكم دائما لمواضيع الصحة النفسية. هذا باركود لأي شخص مهتم بالمجال، سواء على مستوى الشخصي أو على مستوى التنظيمي. يسعدنا كثير أنكم تسجلون بياناتكم، أكيد الكل راح نتواصل معه. شكرا لكم.
هذا ندى بس شوي. Can you go back to the previous slide please؟ طبعا what I will do إذا سمحتي لي أستاذة ندى، بترجم بس على مستوى عالي بعض النقاط وأبحث. يعني first of all I'm just so proud to see that in my country we have such a service and center. البلد, our country is very keen to have a national platform that can we go to the previous slide please? Previous slide. Okay, so this platform on a national level, they're providing services, content, and guidance at this stage. There is a website. Okay. There's a website where you go in and register either as an individual, as an employee, or as an organization. They collect the data, and طبعاً this is something that on a national level we can really capitalize. The center already has an amazing service where you call. There are call centers around 5 days a week that gives you so much different types of support. The one before that, please. Okay. Yeah, here it is. And then also they have developed an ambassadors program that, for what you saw today, for those of you who couldn't catch what was being said in Arabic, was a lot of the ambassadors of this program. The National Center for Mental Health focuses on two areas, either your mental health as an individual, as an employee, or how it's designed in an organization, okay? Mental health and wellness. So what I love about this program is it really groups them together. They do recognize that your mental health overall as a human does go with you to the workplace. And then how is your workplace a fruitful place and a healthy place? So if you look at these dashboards and this site, this national platform and center is focused on creating a project or a platform that supports both private, public, and nonprofits. It could be initiated by an individual, by an employee, by the HR, or by any organization. What I loved what she also mentioned is, as they're going through these platforms, they found that some sectors, it's not one size fits all. The military, the health sector, and other sectors that they realize they need to step back and re-cater. So يعطيكم العافية صراحة منصة رائعة خدمة رائعة جدا على مستوى الوطن, and thank you so much. Any English questions? All right, we're set. Thank you so much. يعطيك العافية.
شكرا يعطيك العافية دكتور الأستاذة ندى. Introduce our next speaker.
Yeah. Thank you.
Jeremiah is a co-founder and MD of Life Lab Integrative Wellness. Life Lab Integrative Wellness is a leading wellness organization based in Saudi Arabia, known for its innovative approach to holistic health. Jeremiah is also a founder of LifeWell, a technology-driven wellness platform. He specialized in developing strategic wellness initiatives that enhance the health and well-being of individual and community. Please join me in warm welcoming Mr. Jeremiah.
It's okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeremiah, and I would like to start by asking us a very interesting question. I want us to be honest, okay? So how many of us have ever told ourselves that I'm going to start exercising on Monday? How many of us here? Yeah? No worries, it's not. It's a safe space. We're not going to shame anyone. Okay, so I also raised my hand because I'm one of them. And it's actually crazy because, as you heard my introduction before, I run a wellness business. So I actually work 90% of my work from inside of a wellness space. So you would think I would be able to keep that promise and show up on Monday. But most times Monday becomes Tuesday and then Thursday, and then I will say we'll try again next week. But the interesting thing is, I know many of us can relate with this, but it's also how a lot of organizations treat wellness. They're always looking for the perfect moment. After this merger, after this crisis, after this deal happens, we're going to institute wellness practices in our workplace. But the same thing happens. It comes next week, next month, next quarter, next year, or sometimes never, right? So here is the thing. there is a cost for that waiting. And just as there is a cost for individuals like myself and you when we don't take action concerning our health and well-being, there is a cost for organizations. Yeah, so there is a cost for organizations as well. So there is data from Gallup that says that 31% of employees are, next slide please. Next one. So yeah, so 31% of employees are essentially, only 31% of employees are engaged within a workplace. So this means there's like almost 70% of people in this traditional workplace that do not feel connected or any way engaged to the business they're working for. It's just a job. And nearly 60% say that they are on the brink of quitting their jobs due to mental health struggles. And over 83% report that being constantly stressed is just part of their regular day. And over 61% feel that no one at work truly cares about them. So this is the cost of the waiting, of the hesitation to implement wellness practices. So looking at what the cost is, we can conclude reasonably that this wellness is not a productivity issue per se. It is more of a human crisis at this point. It's something that is so serious that warrants all of us sitting here today having this conversation. So today I really want to talk about aligning wellness with strategy. So wellness programs don't fail because people don't care about their health. And I know when I say strategy, a lot of people think, and I can probably predict here, that, oh, we have a gym at work. We have a gym at work. So that is a strategy, we could say that. Or we have fruit bowls at the office. So every now and then there's fruits, pieces you can pick up there. But that is not a cohesive strategy. And I can tell you that strategy is extremely important because it means you're trying to bake in wellness as part of the everyday life of every person in that space and how the organization functions. So people do not, most wellness programs tend to fail because it's an approach that doesn't involve people and it doesn't really capture the needs of the employees. So, like I said, putting on a gym in the workplace is a very nice thing to do. But are people using that gym? Do they have time to use it? And stuff like that. So, another reason why, from a strategy perspective, wellness programs do not really work is that it tends to be like a HR endeavor, right? Only HR cares about it. And HR is trying to convince the rest of management why this is important. You know, even employees are kind of like feeling like they're being bothered. So it's very much disconnected from business goals. It's not put together as one goal that really drives performance within the organization. So it is very, very disconnected. And but the data we have available shows that when wellness is part of the strategy, it is actually very, very effective. People actually do engage with it. You know, there was an example from Microsoft Japan. You probably heard about this a lot. The 4-day work week. All of us dreaming about doing less and less work. But I think the lesson of that is not just the reduction in the amount of days of work. Is that the lesson there was a 40% increase in productivity when Microsoft Japan experimented with a 4-day work week. And this did not come from people doing more work. It came from people working smarter because they're also in a much better place. They have more time to spend with their family and everything else. And it trickled down back to work. So I'm sure a lot of you probably heard of this law when it comes to organizational operations and efficiency. It's called Parkinson's law. Work expands to fill the time available. So if you have 7 days work week, it's the same stress. So most people can get the same amount of work done in a way, way, way less amount of days than they actually do. So at Life Lab, where I currently work, we've seen the same organizations work organizations like yourself. And what we did in these organizations was that we looked at wellness and well-being organizationally, not as a perk or it's like a nice thing. Let's get these extra memberships here. I'll give 15% off or something. We looked at it as something that was performance driven. It was tied to the performance of people and productivity and tied to organizational goals. And how we that is we build out frameworks that re-emphasize resilience training, recovery science, and clarity of mind. And we frame these as drivers of performance within the organization. And because of that, it wasn't viewed as something that was like a nice benefit or add-on. It was basically company culture. And this brought like amazing results. So basically, wellness should not be viewed as just HR costs. It should be viewed as a business multiplier. And again, the data shows this very, very clearly. So let's look at the human side. About 2 years ago, we worked with a logistics company in the UAE, and essentially, they had a very high stress, high pressure work environment, and we figured we could really help them look at how we can look at the traditional work day and how we can build in wellness as part of how they, as a culture, as part of how they do things. So we instituted a work break where you can go around for a walk. It was very simple. It doesn't require any investment from the company other than time and say, just take this time to just go clear your head. They could just step out, go for a walk, and we also added some step tracking in there. And it was just 20 minutes a day. We added also some structured stress relief stuff like meditation, just once or twice a week, depending on their work schedule. And this basically caused an 18% drop in sick days within a year, 18%. So this is real data from real organizations right now in the Gulf, here in the Middle East. So it's very interesting because I think it's okay to talk theory, but we can see that there's actual improvement when you do this kind of small things. So last summer we had a step challenge. Yeah, we had so most people know here in summer because it gets very, very hot. We tend to just be indoors the whole time, right? No movement and all that. There's a consequence to that, right? There's a mental health consequence, there's a relationship consequence, you're able to meet your friends. There's a movement consequence as well from your body. So what we did last summer was we created a challenge we called the walkathon. So the whole summer, you were meant to rack a certain amount of steps, and you're doing it whether you're on holiday, it doesn't really matter because it's just walking, you can do it from anywhere. And we had one of our apps, LiveWell, an in-house solution, track the steps of every single person. And we had a leaderboard, and we had prizes, and it was very interesting because people actually moved when there was community involved, when there was some bit of healthy competition, and they moved through the summer. So we had on record, on our own internal records, some of the highest movements taken within that same period compared to previous years. Most people never bothered. So it was very interesting because we saw that this was very effective, and people came back from the summer holidays, the one that traveled, even looking better. Usually it's the opposite, right? The body composition takes a dive because they've been eating a lot and not moving. So a lot of these things were a lot better from just that simple thing. So the dark truth is 60% of employees spend their time recovering from work. Imagine working and then going home just trying to recover from work and like not functioning anywhere else you should function. As a father, a spouse, a friend, it's just irrelevant at this point. You just try not to, for lack of a better word, succumb to your own mental health and state. So this is something that was very, very common. Also, we're also seeing that 36% of workers have completely quit exercising compared to their time before work, before they started working. So they had healthier habits, and when they start working, it takes a nosedive. 36% of people completely stop exercising. And we have another 32% of people that stop socializing. And we know how important social bonds are, whether it is family, friends, or just being in the community of people, like we are here right now, Garden. And this is also very common. People end up losing relationships that are very valuable to them, which in turn affects their mental health and everything else. And 25% says they never have fun anymore. So you just work and more work, right? So when you think about that, work is actually stealing people's lives outside of work, okay? Work takes away their health, their relationships, their joy, right? They gain a lot of weight, their mental weight takes a dive. And the bill for all these deductions, I would say, is burnout. And this is the one word here I think every one of us is familiar with in this field, burnout. And it doesn't, unlike most illnesses, you can't just describe this by a simple blood test. A lot of the time, it takes multi-dimensional implications. From a mental health perspective, the lack of will to do anything, the lack of will to function, missed deadlines, absenteeism, constant ill health. So burnout, attrition, and illness is the consequence of this culture we've built, basically. So, slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next. Okay. So, this is a familiar photo. That is literally how a lot of our Zoom looks sometimes. If I should turn off that internet there, right now, everything probably is going to be the same thing. And the point is, trying to implement wellness interventions and strategies within an organization without having a technological layer, digital infrastructure supported. It's like trying to do a Zoom call without Wi-Fi, or with a very patchy network. What you have is constant freezing, right? So essentially, what we've done for our own work is looking at what are the digital tools and infrastructure that can support a core well-being strategy within an organization. So we build solutions that monitor everything from HRV, sleep, stress, blood glucose in real time. If you have people that are diabetic or pre-diabetic, we can view all this in a real-time dashboard organizationally. And this is accountability in real time. It's very different from saying, we have a gym, that's it. And this also allows us to deliver things like workout plans or meditation and all this stuff through the app as well. And this doesn't obviously take away in-person interaction, but it does provide a layer of accountability because people can see what the result of the intervention is, and it can motivate them. They can measure in real time. They can see how it's impacting their health. And the organization, on the other hand, can also see in real time the benefit of what they're spending on. Because this is sometimes the thing that prevents most organizations from taking actions on their health, because they always think about how does this benefit our bottom line. Well, the data shows it does benefit your bottom line. So we worked with Ultra Human. You've probably heard of them. They're like a smart wellness ring. I'm wearing one of mine, but I actually probably left it on the desk. But essentially, it tracks your sleep, your stress levels, your movement, obviously without compromising data like your location. It doesn't need that, right? It just needs to know you're moving, you're sleeping well, you'll have healthy stress levels and all this stuff. And with this stuff alone, we are able to see more than just, say, go and eat healthy diet, or go and sleep 8 hours. Now we know if you're doing that. And we can actually give you personal support, very specific to where you are struggling. If you're struggling to sleep, we can also basically advise on that. And with the advent of AI, everything is now possible because now we can also have real-time support by just asking simple questions. So our AI models essentially predict who's at risk of burnout before it happens. And there are simple markers. Even if you're not a medical professional, you can tell if you're going to be at risk of burnout. If you have consistently inconsistent HRV levels reading, you probably are on the brink, right? Things like, for example, higher than normal core body temperature. What else? Low movement. If you're doing 10,000, so all of a sudden you're doing 2,000 2 weeks in a row, someone should ask, what's going on? What happened? So it allows organizations to be proactive and have a preemptive sort of approach to mitigating sort of like all the consequences of things happening, and then just finally trying to fix it. Because usually the consequence is that we find out they've been overworked and just struggling the whole time when they resign, right? You don't want to wait for that to happen. And this is it's a talent war out there, as we all know. Great talent is very difficult to find, especially when you spent a lot of money nurturing this talent over time. So just to buttress this point more, basically PwC, you probably know them, it's one of the big four firms like Deloitte and the others. They basically instituted an employee wellness step challenge in their office. And the result was that they saved about $1.2 million in medical claims, just from a step challenge. So every time you're paying for insurance for your employees, you can think about it, you can just keep paying, and your bills keep going up every year by overworking everyone to death, making sure they don't have time for wellness and any well-being activity, or you can have simple things. And over time, you will guaranteed spend less money on these wellness interventions than you would on insurance. If the insurance company is here, I'm very sorry for that. So leadership commitment. Now, we all know that, next slide. This is an example of a health dashboard that we have built that we use to monitor remotely employee well-being. And you can see the kind of data we get. This person from the sleep time in there, every dot between the white mark is the time they woke up at night. So I can tell this person woke up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times before the day, before the morning. And I can tell this person, even if they slept like 9 hours, in theory, I can tell they had very bad sleep, just by looking at that. If you wake up 5 times at night, you guaranteed interrupted multiple sleep cycles, which means you're not going to recover as well as you think you will. And it will show at work, right? So you know how they say don't operate every machinery if you work in a factory. If you have 2 days of this, I'm pretty sure you're probably going to end up chopping your hands off the machines because it does add up more than we actually know. So you can see everything from the heart rates, HRV, it's a lot more data, down to metabolism and blood glucose levels. So we can see even how your body is reacting to food in real time. So it's a very, very interesting thing having a technology layer here. Next slide. Yeah, next one. Yeah, so this is a leadership commitment. So something I was going to say is people don't just follow policy, they follow people. I know because I have had people work with me across different companies, by the way, and I've had people follow me, and I've also followed people to jobs where I even earn less in the previous place because I just love my boss so much. I'm going wherever they're going. So this happens, and when you created a good work, when strategy actually has buy-in from leadership, it encourages everyone else in the organization to partake in this or participate in this intervention. But most times you always tend to, like I said, it always comes as a HR intervention and everybody else is just fighting not to do it. But how we can make sure this is very successful is to make sure there's a leadership commitment, which means the leader has to mirror the behavior they want to see across the organization. I'm going to give you 2 examples of some of our personal clients. Their names might be recognizable or not, but it's fine. Ahmad Bunaja is he works for one of the semi-government organizations here in Saudi. He contacted us about 2 years ago and said, hey, I'm going to be 50 in 2 years and I want to look amazing. I want to reduce my age by 10 years. I want to be lean and strong. And at this time, he couldn't even squat or touch his toes because it's very stiff, very high stress job. So we came on that journey with him, and what he did was remarkable. He publicly documented his journey from being unable to move properly to 2 years later where he was able to completely do all this stuff. He lost a ton of weight, over 30 kilos. He could move. A lot of his joint pains were gone. He was much younger from a biological age perspective, given our tests. And the interesting thing was because he showed this publicly, a lot of people in his organizations that either worked for him or with him ended up starting positive lifestyle interventions for themselves. And this was just, he didn't have to say, do this. or do that, or make it a mandatory thing, because he was sharing that publicly with everyone. He even had an Instagram page where he showed some of the things he was doing at the time. So again, that was another positive story. We also have another story from Mohammed bin Turkey. His boss had, he's a client of ours. His boss had, before then, Mohammed never took his health seriously. He just did the basic, occasionally show up in the gym, you know, basic stuff. And his boss had a cancer scare, a very bad one. So he survived it and everything, but he came back with this whole, like I have seen the light kind of situation. And he was basically taking his health very seriously. He was doing his steps every day at work. He would get everyone walking in their meeting because he doesn't want to sit on the desk anymore. So Mohammed took that as a challenge. It was like, wow, if this person can reverse their cancer and their life and take this positive path, then I still have a chance, you know. And he started working on it. And right now, Mohammed is still on his journey, but his journey was triggered by somebody else, a leader, showing their own journey to others. So he currently has lost about 12 kilos. It's 132 from 148. And he's a lot better, even just how he feels, his sleep, and everything else. So this is leadership, a prime example of how leadership can help show or model the kind of positive behavior change you want to see. So there is a Deloitte report that says about 72% of employees will leave for an employer who prioritizes well-being. 72%, that's a lot. If you're struggling to hire right now in your HR, you know what to do. It's just simple. Make sure your leaders are modeling the behavior you want to see. It will attract the right kind of people. You won't have to look for them. They will come looking for you. So leadership commitment isn't just inspiration. It is basically about survival in the talent economy. It means that you get the best of the best in the talent market because people just want to be where you are. Okay, so before I round this up, I'm going to talk a little bit about generational shift. Currently, there's been a bit of a generational shift in workplaces. I don't know if you have any Gen Z or Gen Alpha in your workplaces. There are probably some Gen Zs here as well. I can tell this personally because I work with a few, and the work ethic and how we work.
So it is a win-win situation when you focus on our employees. Okay. However, this journey is very complex, right? One strategy doesn't fit for all. Okay. And we have to look for the different aspects. Already we discussed a lot of data and a lot of subjects. So I will not go into these, but I want to share with you like diversity, inclusion, environment, ethical standards. Everything matters. Okay. How we support on the health and well-being. And health and well-being supporting as a holistic will ensure that we are taking care of every aspect of health and well-being, which means that these parameters are interconnected. Mental health is not separate from physical health. If you're not focusing on physical health, definitely you will not get the result on the mental health. And same is spiritual health, emotional health, social health. So this health and well-being, if you see a pyramid, you'll find in each part, these all are embedded, even financial well-being. Okay, these all are the pillars. So when we talk about the mental health, we have to look for each pillar, how we are doing, how we are supporting our employees. And from the start, from the top to bottom, organization should have a purpose statement. What they want to achieve at the end of the day. And so does we. When you don't have purpose, you cannot achieve. So we have a purpose. We have a purpose that we unite science, technology, and talent to get ahead of disease together. For health impact is a big term, right? Stakeholders' returns and thriving people. And thriving is a lovely word. Everyone has used today, but thriving has a lot of meaning. Development, growth, well-being, enjoying the life and work at the same time. Okay, so when we say thriving people culture, it is a very complex and very interesting word. And it is very actually eye-catching word. But it has a big, actually, idea behind it. Okay, so let me start with how we implement this in GSK. And we implement it to see the sustainability. Sustainability is very important. If you implement and you don't find sustainability, or you find it can be dropped off and people are not engaged, people are not using it, then it's have little value, isn't it? But you can keep trying. So sustainable impact you have to keep in mind. And this is actually based on a lot of data which we collect actually on a daily basis. We run surveys, not only for the employees, we run surveys for the managers, okay, to get their, and the employees for their managers, to know that what are employees' perception, how the managers are supporting them, okay. And whenever we run a program, we have a questionnaire at the end of, for example, a session, webinar, face-to-face session, that how was this for you, what you learned. So you have to constantly trying to enrich your data. Data is a backbone to implement any strategy, any policy. Feedback, data, questionnaires, and these can be simple one question. Doesn't need to be complex so that employee can be hesitant to fill in. It can be very simple, how you feel that organization is supporting you on the well-being. How is my manager supporting on mental health? But believe me, these will generate year after year a database which you will use to implement your programs. You can see here, all the programs have been implemented after a lot of care, studies, and we do the pilot, by the way. Whenever we have to introduce a program, we run a pilot among the employees, manager, we select the group based on interest, and we run the pilot, and then we choose the program. And also you have to keep the differences that one program will not be suitable for everyone. We have sites, manufacturing sites in GSK. We have commercial sites. And both they are different. For example, if you're training, you are running one training for employee group of, on the site actually, like say on 100 employees. So 1 hour training will cost them 100 hours out of the production, right? So you have to be careful, first of all, to convince the leaders. And this has not been said for the impacts of the leaders, impact of the role playing, role modeling. This is very crucial, yes. Employees listen to their leaders. And when you go to the leaders, sometimes we face challenge. Okay, then you're talking about 1 hour training, which means 100 hours from the production site, isn't it? Or when you're talking about the new program, how we'll implement it, why we implement it. So it's important, first of all, to convince the leaders. And the leader, when they are convinced, believe me, it is enormous benefits for the whole organization. Okay, and as I'm working in the region, my region is Asia. It is from Japan to Australia until Morocco. It's a big region. So I have seen a lot of differences from each culture. Culturally, there are a lot of differences. Some cultures adopt easily, and some cultures adopt not easy. They resist because they are afraid for trying the new programs and how they will get benefit. But this, as I mentioned, this is a journey which you have to move on. You have to embed slowly, slowly, slowly. You have to keep convincing people. So you should have a regular touch points with the leaders as a well-being implementers. Okay, and the collaboration works here in GSK. We collaborate with different teams. EHS, we have wonderful occupational team. We have ref team, facilities. I'm a part of HR, by the way. In my organization, Wellbeing sits with HR. I'm part of HR, although I'm a physician. So collaboration is very important. And you have to make a plan simple for the employees or simple for the sites and the locations so that they can adopt. And we invite them to adopt our program. Don't take it all the program, regionally or globally. Choose what they can do. So in this slide, you can see here, we have a lot of resources. And these are not all the resources, by the way. This is just to make it simple. I shared some of the resources. We have a resource to develop resilience. And we have wonderful programs which work on the habit development. Habit development is very important. Either it is of physical health, mental health, stress management. Okay. By the way, stress, as you know, one is a negative stress and one is positive stress. Positive stress is good because it nurtures growth. It challenges employees. What we have to be careful of is negative stress, which negatively impact the employees and which demoral the employees. So we address negative stress through our resilience platforms. Okay, and again, the program should be flexible. Some cultures appreciate live connect, live webinars, live sessions. Some cultures, they don't mind watching recorded ones. Okay, but I have my experience, our culture here in this region, we love live interaction because we have more chances of question and answers and we feel the person in front of us. So live session really helps in my region, which I say Asia. Then resilience, again, in these resources, in resilience resources, I don't know which is the point. No? No. Okay, no problem. So in the first one, which you see on the left side of the screen, we have resilience programs, which is based on the habit development. Okay, We encourage employees to develop a habit. It is proven, by the way, that if a habit can be done by 21 days regularly, it can become a habit of in the normal life. So we have different programs, different challenges built in these apps, which people can adopt for themselves and for their teams. 7-day, 14-day, 21 days challenges, and we encourage employees, we encourage teams to adopt these challenges. There are some resets, simple resets, which they can do regularly for body postures, for mindfulness. In addition to, what occupational health is doing in ergonomics, which we have a big team who are following the ergonomic programs. As I mentioned, it's all this, whatever you are doing, you will do in the health and well-being space will support mental health. And that's why I'm telling you the holistic strategy, what we are doing. So Thrive Global, My Wellbeing for the resilience, also the mindfulness. We have an app which we share with the employees, not only the employees, but also for their family members. Yeah, we have seen that whenever we support employees and family members, they really value this. And also this is helpful for them because they involve their loved ones, their families in developing healthy habits. And it has more impact overall then. We have a financial well-being program, it's called Nudge, which supports financial assessment. I'm a physician. I don't have too much financial information. I sometimes struggle how to manage my budgets, how to manage my loans, how to manage my house funds. So this app actually trains me that how can I manage my budget, how can I keep my savings, okay? So this is again an aspect which GSK is thinking on the overall mental health or well-being strategy. We have a training, Mental Health Matters training, and we keep this training refreshed, okay? So that people, and especially we focus managers on this training. Why we focus manager? Because manager is an important part to support employees on day-to-day basis, okay? When manager will create a space with employees where employees will feel the psychological safe. Psychological safety is again a big topic which I can talk on for the hours, but time will not allow me here. But psychological safety is again very important in the mental health and longevity of the employee's retention and employee's loyalty. Calculating psychological risk should be done, by the way, all the organization, how the employees are feeling psychological safe in your teams, in your organization. So mental health training is directed towards how managers should talk with their employees, how managers should care for their employees on the mental health aspects. We give them the tools, we give them the role plays, recorded role plays in this training, discussing different scenario with the employees. Employees are burned out, overwhelmed, or they are having some family issue, how to talk with them, okay? And similarly, for the employees, we are training them that what is the common issues which they can face in the mental health. So sometimes it's very important. Mental health is still a big dilemma, we must admit, okay? It is perceived sometimes negative, okay? It's perceived sometimes not to show, okay, that to anyone. So even people are, they are concerned to use the mental health resources. So it is the first step. I should say that first step is awareness. Awareness, bringing the trust of the employees on the resources. This awareness will bring the engagement. People will utilize the resources. People will be engaged. And after engagement, you will see the impact. Okay. Once people will use it, people will also take home the messages, people will discuss within their teams, then you will have an impact on the mental health. And you will see the positive impact. Okay. And again, the employee satisfaction will increase. So mental health matters training is offered regularly to the managers and to the employees. And we have seen a good success rate. Once the success rate of completion increase, it is also sometimes give us that employees are aware on the resources, aware on the mental health aspects. Then we have one unique program which is called Partnership for Prevention. This is a time of preventive approach, right? Preventive psychology, preventive medicines, vaccines. So prevention is very important. And in this way, in this program, we follow the physical prevention, but also it supports, I will tell you how we follow the preventive psychology. But in preventive physical disease, again, decreasing the long-term chronic disease by doing some good preventive checkups. This is what we offer to employees and their family members. Okay, so we follow the WHO guidelines, almost 40 services where we offer employees to go and to be screened as a preventive care, including the oncology screenings, including cardiac and diabetic screenings. Then we have employee assistance program. We choose this program very carefully, okay? And we ensure that employees understand that this is a confidential service, okay? And they develop a trust. If they don't develop a trust, they will not use it. Okay, so our strategy is that how employees perceive this program. And culture of counseling, actually, again, this is not so much familiar. People are not so much familiar, or people they have not using this. But we try to make aware them that this is 100% confidential, and you can get advice on the personal issues, on the work-related issues. And the employee assistance program we choose should, in our category, it should have online resources, it should have virtual and face-to-face appointments availability. Then it can work better, okay? At one point of time also we tried on-site counselors, but it couldn't help us. Why? Because again, people were hesitant in front of other colleagues to go to the on-site counselors and to get advice. But we are always keep trying. This is our approach actually. We always try the new programs and to see that how they are benefiting our employees. So you should have a long-term goal. Our journey is not 1 year or 2 years. Our journey is based on decades, how we are doing this. So employee assistance program is a very key pillar, actually, which we always offer employees, and even in the critical incidents. So in some countries, when there are earthquakes or the law issues, war situations, immediately we reach to employees. Availability really is very, very important, timely availability of the well-being resources and timely reminder to the employees. Employees really appreciate that, okay, we are taking care of them, we are taking care of their families, we are concerned for them. And this is, this is a part of empathy, which AI cannot replace. AI has a lot of benefits, and we are following also. We are getting the benefits of AI, we are implementing that. But empathy is something which is from human to human. Okay, always is a big power in the well-being. Whenever we use the well-being programs, whenever we implement well-being programs, the power of empathy really helps us to make leaders convinced that how important it is to implement this program, to look for your well-being of your colleagues. And once the leaders, again, they are convinced, then the journey has become a bit easy. We have another tool, Team Resilience, and in this tool, we empower managers. So not only that we do it from ourselves or with the online platforms, and one more important thing, these programs, when we choose, we ensure that they are available in all the platforms available for employees. So they should have flexibility. They want to join it from the desktop, they want to join it from their mobile phones at their time. It's very important to success of the program, okay? That these programs should be flexible in the offerings. So Team Resilience is the program which is based on the manager training their teams on the resilience. So you can see here that we focus on leaders and managers to build this in the DNA of the team environment. Okay, And this is, again, a strategy which worked very well in GSK. And we have an expert occupational health team, which is available especially on the manufacturing sites, but also in the commercial sites, to give the advice people on the day-to-day matters. So one more important aspect is the communication, how you communicate with the employees. And sometimes the leaders think that your communication are too much. You are receiving too many communications, and we need to focus on our work. So you have to also strategize when and how to send the communications. So GSK, we have a lot of platforms, email, invites, as well as we have a Facebook-like platform, which is called WorkVivo. We utilize those to keep employees informed on the resources. And we check also from employees if they are aware or not aware on our resources. So we give them simple message. Message should be very simple, clear, aesthetically nice. So our designers work on the message. It should be eye-catchy. And we utilize the World Health Days. World Mental Health Day, World Health Day in April, International Women's Day on 7th March, 10th of September, World Suicide Day is coming, 29th of September, there's the World Heart Day is coming. So we tailor our messages. And in these World Health Days, we engage leaders. They record for us their videos. Because I'm talking about the region, I can tell you the experience from different regions. We ask them to record the message, simple message, and share with their employees. We ask them to give a little testimonials to the employees. And when the employees listen, they follow, they utilize those resources. One more important aspect is to develop the champions. Developing the champions has given us a very big support in GSK. Why? Because their role is voluntary. So, for example, if the team is like 10 people in well-being, we have almost 2,000 champions globally. Only in Asia, we have 500 plus champions. And they work with us. So implementing the health and well-being champions is really a strategy which can help you to broaden your messages, signpost to the more people. Because in any organization, there people will be coming, going. So you have to continuously recruit champions. What is in it for champion, by the way? What champion will have by being the health and well-being champion? Bring something in it for them. So what we bring to them their development. How they will develop their networking skills. How they will develop their leadership skills. We train them on the programs that they can be effective communicators. They can be effective leaders. So when you share with them a win-win situation, win-win proposal, teams will join, people will join, even the voluntary. And you can imagine if you have like 20 to 50 champions in one site, or let's say 10 to 15 champions, okay? They will work for you, they are your team. You can have regular connect. We in the region, we have a regular connect with them. Quarterly, we have meetings, and they really help us to broaden our programs. I'm aware of the time. 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, I'll be quick now. So, approach should be people-based, employee-based, manager and leader-based, and how you can make people aware of the current offerings and how you can drive them to utilize those resources. And also you should have policies will help you. Your flexible working policies. We have a flexible working policy. We have parental leave. We have maternal leave policy. These policies always help employees to build trust in the organization, and they value it. Smoking cessation, harassment, gender support. Even we support our female employees in the menopause. So that is again a chapter which a lot of organizations they don't have, but we have in GSK, we support. in various resources in the age group where the women reach the menopause age. So this is our approach, holistic approach on the different aspects. I shared with you the policies on the flexible working. Employees can work from their flexible offerings, and we ensure that employees take the vacation leave and they don't use the emails while they are on vacation. This is again very important. Recovery, whenever we focused on the recovery, it helped us. We had one questionnaire which is called Face the Truth questionnaire. It gives employees a tool to measure how they are doing in the mental health, physical health, recovery. So there are different lot of nice questions there, and they do it and they assess themselves. So you should have some tools which you can give to the employees to see how they are doing by themselves. So you don't need to judge them, they will do it by their own side. In the end, the message is that when employees own the health and well-being, they are the owners of their own health and well-being and their family members or their loved ones, then truly we can have an impact. It is not always that you drive them to the health and well-being. You need to create a culture where people feel empowered, or we feel that they have all the resources, and then they start using these resources. They own these tools. They own the programs. They engage in those programs. Then you'll feel impact. Overall, you'll find a positive impact. Of course, you have to also manage the changes. So you have to support employees in changes. You have to support employees in their crisis. And in GSK, we are doing all this. But if you'll ask me if we have a 70 or 80% success, I would say no. We are in journey. And this is a journey, by the way. You have to carry out this journey from the start of the year till the end of the year. You have to, from the planning till looking at how the plans were implemented. Something went well, appreciate, celebrate. Something didn't went well, no worries, re-embed, and let's see how it will work in the next year. Maybe let's see the other programs. So this is my end slide. By fostering a thriving people culture, GSK not only improves its own business performance, but also contribute to a more sustainable and equitable future for all. Thank you very much.
Doctor, I have a question.
Please.
You have 8 great programs. Do you consider in JSK to either go commercial or open them to the mass, the public, or are they only designed for your employees?
As an organization, you can feel that it is only for our employees. But if there is any support I can give to any of one, please reach out to me. I'll be happy to support.
As you can see from this forum and the direction our country and the rest of the world is going with, I think you guys are definitely one of the strongest international companies. I mean, you brought us Panadol, you brought us Augmentine, and other great products. But starting, if that turns out pretty well on an international, global level, why not consider that some of these programs go commercial, or at least part of your CSR, and open it to the public?
Sure, I can share then more information, and that's why I'm here, to share with you that what we are doing, so that we can learn from each other. And I'm available for any questions in the future as well.
Thank you. Thank you. So any other questions for the doctor? Any questions? Yes.
So for very, very informative and well-rounded program. I think for me what's more interesting would be, how do you guys manage this? How do you govern it? And how do you ensure accountability? It's great that we're talking about execution and we're talking about what we're giving the employees, but there is a lot happening in the back office to ensure that this comes out in this way. So can you tell us a bit more about what's happening behind the scenes?
Thank you so much. It's a very important question. So we have standards which we follow. The standards drives us for all the programs, their compliance. We have a team which collect the data, which put the data in what are the results in the meaningful actions. So data collection is not only one part, but once you collect the data, you have a responsibility to use the data. And we use it through the help of the teams. However, we are a small team. This is one important thing. So collaboration is the key. Try to collaborate in other departments. Try to get resources from other departments who can bespoke for you. Use the champions. And once we get the sponsorship of local leaders, for example, local leaders in Saudi Arabia, then they give us more resources. Okay, so sponsorship is very important. Okay, and that will help to do more. Okay, but in the currently we feel that we are doing very much good in the data collection, and not only collection but also putting it to see what new things we can bring. So the programs you are seeing on the screens, we refresh regularly. Mental health matters, for example, it needs update every 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years based on your strategy. Every program which you are putting as a training need to be checked from time to time. How is perception of the people? So feedback is very important. Feedback and the current situation, what is globally, what is the area which is pressing the employees, you have to keep this in mind and then look for the programs, what is available internationally.
Doctor, if you allow me to answer Mr. Ammar's question, I've worked in pharma at one time, and their sector is completely different than any of the sectors we worked in. They're so organized in the pharmaceutical industry. If an idea comes on a global or local part, it's very easy to cascade or to move around in any other of the regional countries or regions. It's different from the other sectors that we come from. So for them, any product that gets introduced into these very mature organizations, it is easy to trickle down, to align cross-functionally, to develop further and cater it for your local needs. It's not a one-size-fits-all for the rest of us. From your industry and other industries and in hospitals and manufacturing, it's not going to be as easy it is to have some of these programs as it is in all the pharmas. And of course, the pharmas I'm referring to, most of them, I mean, Dana will talk later about Hikma, but most of the multinational pharmas, it is easy to do these great programs. But that's why it's not a one-size-fits-all. It doesn't fit every sector, Dr. Amar.
That's true.
Yeah, thank you. All right, Doctor, we would like to give you this award and move on to the next thing.
Thanks so much. You're most welcome.
If you go commercial, you give me 50%.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much, Dr. Faisal. So now let's move to the last panel discussion with the great people. Please join me welcoming my colleague also, Stada Najla Saif. She is an HR strategy expert and also the panelist. We can join us. Dana Tamimi, Director of Change Management and Wellbeing, Hikma Pharmaceuticals. الأستاذ محمد الهجان أهلا وسهلا, Advisor for the CEO, the King Saud University Medical City. Dr. Manal Bawazir, Corporate Deputy Executive Director, Staff Experience, Ministry of National Health Affairs. And also Ms. Mabel, Co-Founder and Director, Complete Wellbeing Global. أهلا وسهلا فيكم.
Thank you all. First of all, thank you for coming and joining us. When it's your turn to speak, please read your name again and reintroduce yourself if you like, in case we missed something. Our topic for this panel, and we're very excited because we've been aligning with each other, is navigating global challenges and overcoming HR policy for mental health and resilience, okay, and the gaps. So basically, we were talking and having this discussion earlier with my other panelists. Globally, we believe that mental health and well-being in the workplace has been in the market for a while. And in the kingdom, in the Mamlaka al-Arabiya Saudiya and the region as well, in the Arab world, in Northern Africa, We feel that our society, the way we are designed, we have social connect the workplace, because we always felt alhamdulillah احنا مجتمع متكامل. Socially we are connected, we are bonded, we take care of each other, the neighbor takes care of their neighbor. As we began to grow and as we began to transform as a country and we began to compete globally in every industry, we realized that, wait a minute, there is something called unique to work pressure. There is burnout. What do we do about that? Now, here is where we are, and I will first give the mic to my colleague Dana to take it from here.
Thank you, Najla, ومرحبا جميعا. I think lots of our colleagues today, they highlighted some of the factors and some of the stats and the numbers about the importance of the mental health. And I believe that when mental health is overlooked, businesses pay the price. From high turnover to lower levels of engagement and disengagement, absenteeism, or even presenteeism, all these factors, they directly impact business performance and they impact the innovation at businesses. So I'm not going to talk about the reasons a lot because lots of my colleagues covered it, but I'm going to talk about Hikma. At Hikma, we realized that mental health is not a side issue. It is central to our business. It is central to the way that we work every day, and it is central to the success of our business performance. And that's why we don't look at it just from an angle of benefits or programs or services. We look at it as a change journey. And I say that because in my role, I've seen that you can introduce excellent programs and initiatives and benefits, and you don't see any impact. If people do not understand why it matters and the importance of these things that you are introducing, the adoption will remain low, despite the obvious need. Like my colleague Dr. Faisal said, there is a stigma. There are certain things that do not encourage the employees to go and seek the services that we are providing. So I think that the main thing is to treat this as a journey and not to expect that we will have great results from day one. And what we do is we focus on the basics. So we focus on awareness and creating a common language. And that happens through our awareness campaign. We invest in campaigns. We celebrate mental health days and global weeks of mental health. We also provide some creative interventions like art therapy that we did here in Saudi for our colleagues. It was a very successful initiative, and we measure the adoption of these initiatives. We also provide awareness for the employees through our digital screens and campaigning tools that we have. These touch points, they help in normalizing the conversation. So people start hearing the right terms. They know how to talk about it. Now, the second point is the managers, equipping the managers with the right tool, the right language, how to talk about it, how to address the employees. Sometimes it is hard for the manager to actually spot these symptoms, or maybe they know that there is something wrong, but they don't know how to talk about it. Sometimes they're shy to talk about it with their colleagues. So it is very important to give them these tools and the language to do that through embedding these into our training programs and what we do. And the third point is to focus on expanding the services as well. So it's not just enough to provide awareness and to equip the managers. You need to provide the tools, like we saw in the amazing journey that Dr. Faisal shared. We have similar programs. So, for example, we are expanding our employee assistance offering, which is the counseling services that we provide to the employees. And Najla, to be honest, the pharma industry, I know it is organized like you said, but it is also a highly regulated industry. We have lots of strict protocols and small room for flexibility, which adds another layer of pressure on the employees' mental health. So while recognizing that, and recognizing that we have a very diverse landscape of employees, we have the operators in the manufacturing sites, we have the medical reps in the streets, we have the office-based employees, 3 different regions. So although we think about our framework and our approach in a global way, but we act locally. We tailor these programs to the different groups, different languages, different adat between the different countries. So, and I think all of this is not a quick fix. Change does not happen overnight. It needs consistency, or it needs awareness from the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dana. That was great, especially catering it to the local needs. And I hear now from you and others that it's stigmatized in our culture, especially the counseling part. And as you mentioned, if the tools are given to managers in a structured way, maybe that's a way of getting it enabled. Now we'll go to Dr. Manal.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Najla. Actually, it's like, I like what Ms. Dana mentions in pharmaceutical companies and how they approach. And MNGHA or in the hospitals, whereas like we are a huge organization, complex, diversity is there. This is another challenge to apply the strategy. We do believe, yes, we need to have a strategy and embedded in the cultures, and it's from there we go and apply it and execute it. But the challenges of the complexity of the healthcare system. So how we develop this, I will share with you the MNGH approach. We take the feedback from the diversity, or we have medical, nursing, allied health, and other professional, engineering, and administrative. Based on the feedback and aligned with the GCII and SPAHI, we developed our standards. We call it staff experience standards. Well-being, it's one of these domains. So we are embedded in the strategy and the cultures. It's not initiatives, isolated initiatives or program. When we talk about well-being, it's physical, mental well-being. Then we come to the execution. Executions, it's this is the other struggle in the organization. For example, we make it a daily work. For example, we talk about just culture, psychological safety when handling a patient, which is very sensitive. So it's within the framework of the quality. Yes, we need the best outcome for the patient. So we give you the psychological safety, no blame culture. You can speak up and give the feedback. And this is something daily, we see it during our practice. The other things, it's these policies and regulations will come through when the leaders are acting as multipliers and really hold on. We have onboarding program for the new leaders. All the leaders, they are engaged in this program where they will learn to integrate the well-being and all 6 domain and staff experience within their daily practice, and coaching the staff to assure their psychological well-being and to speak up and to give feedback. The other things is we make it visible and measurable. So it's connected to the KPI, which is our KPI in healthcare organization, is a patient outcome or excellent patient experience. One of the most important domain in patient experience is the staff experience. So each leader is accountable to measure this KPI in his department. So culture, execution, accountability, and governance.
Hello? Sorry. Hello, yes. I have a question for any of you from the healthcare sector. Here in the kingdom, about maybe a year or 2, correct me if I'm wrong, Majlis al-Dhaman al-Sahi mandated that at least 50,000 riyals is covered in the insurance for mental health. And that it's seen that if mental health is handled correctly and preventative, it will avoid other health issues that have consumed the insurance consumption rates. Has that impacted?
Thank you, Najla. We have in our King Saud University Medical City answer to your questions. We already create stress management clinic, and I do believe it was a good initiative to co-op with the initiative of the Majlis al-Daman al-Sahi. I would like to add some point and comment on what you said, and Dana and Manal. Why do we need well-being? Why? I think this is the first question since morning. It's completely coming again and again. Why do we need that program? There is another dimension, guys, to this answer. The world is changed now. I will go again to the Generation Z, which our brother a while ago has mentioned. There is research, Najla, there is a research. People will leave their organization, they will gonna resign if they didn't find the mental support. So it is a red flag, it is very important. The differences between generations thinking are not same. And the largest population in the world is Gen Z, and they are in the organization are working, and the CEO and the board and stakeholders, the most about the characteristics of this generation. Thank you.
Since you started, Mr. Mohammed, can you tell us about the enablers, please?
Of course, fancy strategy discussing in the board, and I have an excellent presentation in front of the CEO. If will not have the good execution, which Dr. Manal was mentioned, and adapted by the number one, managers, leaders, the supervisor, they must understand what is they are going to do, written, documented, all the initiatives creating from the well-being strategy, having the feedback from the employee. Are we going to again do this strategy again? Having this program again this year, do we need to change? Do we need to improvement? So the first responsibility will go to the, of course, the CEO himself, and then the leaders and directors and manager and the supervisor as well, when they understand it very well and they have an excellent communication with the employee, it will enhance the positive performance, which will reflect the business performance, which was Dina was mentioned a while ago.
Dana and Dr. Aman, can you add other enablers, please?
I just have a comment on the part of the enablers, because in the sessions since the morning we're hearing a lot about the buy-in from management, securing buy-in. And to be honest, recently, since there is more traction and more awareness about these kind of topics and how it links to business performance and the importance of them, I don't think that we have an issue in the buy-in. And I know that it is controversial. Some people will say it's not right. But I think that leaders, they are aware. And they are aware that these type of topics and these investments, it's going to pay off. But I think what I see is more about the execution side. Being consistent, being able to deliver results, being able to follow through until you see the ROI and you know how to present it.
So you feel that if the buy-in was there, but the execution was poor, then you lost the buy-in.
Exactly. And this is what happens sometimes.
Yes. You know what I've noticed also, Dana, and I'm echoing what some of my colleagues are thinking, is that some organizations, the leaders don't have buy-in. So what happens is all the awareness and these forums and these programs, they go and spread the word, and then the board gets the buy-in and they pressure the leader. So sometimes you just need to convince the board, where the board actually enforces it on the leader and it becomes part of your DNA.
Yeah, definitely.
Have we
You missed any other enablers for ensuring the success of wellness and well-being programs?
Thank you. I don't want to repeat a lot, but like in a huge organization, multi-layers, I think the first and second line management they need to be really in, and they know the executions, and because they are the enablers. So we need to invest in these things. Sometimes it's like the board, yes, they are in, but in the messages will be diluted in with multiple layers.
Yes, communication is key. So on the topic of enablers, can you share with us some of the tools that you guys provide, Mabel?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just to go back to the question you asked about insurance and now having to have mental health and well-being in place, just like to highlight a research that was released, I think it was last year or maybe 2024, around if a person has a mental health condition and then the big four is the heart, cancer, anything chronic regarding physical health-wise, if they have mental health and the big four, their 10 times life expectancy is reduced. And vice versa, someone with the big four and now have a mental health diagnosis or challenge, their life expectancy, their quality of life is reduced. So just in addition of that insurance, why I'm so happy to hear that is because I think we're living in a time where now it's being prioritized that mental health affects the whole spectrum of a person and their life quality. And then to answer the second question as to the challenge, I guess the global challenge is to address the stigma. Stigma does not start in the workplace. Stigma is a global challenge as to how do we deal with mental health. We've had the conversations around changing the words to mental fitness, changing around the culture and the conversation. This all starts from stigma. And I think a lot of our work around, I guess, our companies to make sure that it's okay to have these conversations. Fatigue, burnout, stress, they're not such hoo-ha words, but be okay to have conversations. Stigma comes from going back into history where people were ostracized for being mental health. They were put away. If you remember Great Expectations in anything in the 19th century, mentally ill people were put away. They were shunned into the community. They were exorcised. They were criminalized. Right? So this is the stigma, this is where it comes from. So now how do we create a workplace or a global environment where it's okay to have these conversations? And I think this is where we come from now, this is why we're here now. How do we remove the stigma? And then starts with, I guess, some of the work that we're doing in our workplaces, in our company is starting from the leaders we spoke about, how do we create a safe environment to have these conversations where if I say I'm struggling, I know I'm not going to lose my job. I'm not going to lose the opportunity for the next promotion because I've outrightly admitted I'm struggling, I'm burnt out, I'm tired, I'm fatigued, I'm not coping. This is the culture where we need to be creating those conversations where your work colleague can say, I'm struggling, and the help is there. Do the leaders and organizations know where to refer? If someone does say, I'm unwell, do they have places to go? Do they have a referral team? It's time not to just have treatment outside the workplace. How can we put it in-house? Where in part of the scheduling of the workplace, can we have the training? Can we have the workshops? Not something we do outside work where we give a card to our colleague that, you go seek help. Let's make it part of the day-to-day practices, not just tick off once a year we've got mental health, but how are we having these conversations? What are we putting in place to make sure that these are the things that we're having to remove the stigma and to allow the people to have this conversation, to feel safe? And if someone does go out of work, does the workplace have a return to work policy? What do we have in place to have all these things? And these are conversations that we need to start having.
Building on your last point, I know after the COVID-19, when everybody started working from home, mental health got impacted drastically. And then when they had to come back to the office, if they were lucky, by the way, to come back to the office, we know a lot of organizations decided that, hey, you guys are doing well from home, it's cheaper, stay home. And that ended up also impacting their mental health as well. So with that said, going back to the topic of HR policy execution, we've heard today a lot that it's not just an HR responsibility. You've mentioned that it's a board decision. It's a leader or CEO or governor or minister buy-in and ownership. It is other managers as well. But where can the HR ensure that it's captured in part of their DNA and culture? Any of you would like?
Thank you. First, I guess one of the part, I guess, is always about equipping the HR, the team, because some of this work is not what they're employed to do. HR has got a whole different job description. Now, if you're wanting them to have a mental health hat on, if you equip them to do that task. So part of it, I think it was mentioned earlier, it's about hiring, outsourcing the experts to come help you to roll out these strategies and roll out these things that you're expecting your HR to have. So you need to be having training in terms of how to identify the early signs, the onset. Do they know how to identify the early signs of mental health? What does the mental health spectrum look like? And if someone starts deviating from that, right, what does that look like? And then what do we do in that case? So I think it's a time where we just, because most of us, the leaders, the HR, they've been hired for a specific job, for accounting, for financing, whatever it is. Another mental health hat now, it's like, are they equipped for that? So outsource. I think that's one strategy. Make sure you hire mental health experts, well-being experts to take care of that and just make your work easier.
Or work as an ambassador with the previous presentation. I think that also supports you if you cannot outsource or you cannot afford to outsource. There are some local programs that you could be involved in that helps drive the organization. Doctora.
Yes, I can comment on that. It's like we have a unique structure in our organization, whereas the staff experience department is under quality department. It's not under HR. And it's like we are taking care of the staff from the onboarding and during their journey growth with the all 6 domain and offboarding program. In aligned with the HR, our HR is they are handling the real processes of recruitment and the other processes. So we have this hat of like well-being program where when we are talking it's with it. Especially we are in the hospital, so it's easy to align with mental health department and to have very clear structured program supported. We have another things we call peer responder program. So we train the peer to for mental health first aid and how to pick up when your colleague, it's like if you observe something and your colleague is still, he is not attending to the work or so proactive, and it's embedded in the culture, so it's a different experience. I think peer responder it's really it's a good and great experience. بصراحة.
Thank you, Najla. I just want to add something, and I think it also came up today. So we talked about the HR responsibility. I think HR is the driver somehow, because for the change to stick, for the shift in the mindset, around well-being and around mental health, it needs to be embedded into policies, programs, processes, and all of these areas are usually under the remit of the HR. So naturally, the HR is the driver. But I think one point that was mentioned, I think by Bruno today, it's about the ownership of the employee. Lots of times we find the employees leaving the responsibility on the HR and on the managers, which is not true. You need to own your employability. You need to own your well-being. Sometimes they need to say no, or they need to change things if it's not suitable for them. And part of that is the awareness. So when they are aware of what's right and what's wrong and what the tools that are provided, it helps them in making informed and better decisions for themselves.
Thank you, Dana. So basically, just to capture both points, I think there are other organizations, some organizations that are so mature where HR can be focused just on the operational part, and then the employee journey can be segmented somewhere else to facilitate and make it faster, like hospitals. I've seen that. But I think for majority of organizations that we work in, HR still needs to own this and needs to make sure it's part of their policies. I think other than just owning it in HR, there are many tools, Mabel, if you can share with us, where we inject it into the strategic planning, the performance plan for employees, for their evaluations, for even ensuring cross-functionality and the ownership of well-being.
So what if our organization is done to help organizations actually implement this into the day-to-day running of the organization? Part of it is to have the surveys. You need to be having data that shows, I think we had a conversation about that earlier, what are the people feeling? What we've often come across is the leaders think they're doing very well, they're providing well-being for the organization, and then when you question the teams, they're like, we've got nothing in place, or they don't know what's existing, or maybe there's some stigma and bias around seeking help. So I think it's important to get feedback from your teams. How are you doing? Do you feel safe? Do you feel psychologically safe? Do you think the team is doing enough to support you? How safe do you feel? How, do you know what's around in terms of services? If you become unwell, do you know what's available? So ask the question. Let your team tell you what is needed, and then when they use that stuff, ask for feedback. Is it working? I think that's a simple strategy. Just get questions every so regularly. I know we do KPIs about performance, about attendance. It's time to collect data around how we are doing as a workforce to support the teams. Do we have the information? Do we have the strategies in place? And are they working? I think that's the one key that we can have.
So ongoing feedback and
ongoing
surveying
feedback.
to make sure that the programs cover all the organizational needs, and if it's working or not, or do we need to do something else?
About it and change. Be okay to say, we're not doing it wrong. We're not doing it right here. Well, how can we change? How can co-create it? I think a lot of failures are coming. Leaders are creating by themselves. We have to co-create with the team.
Involving and engaging them in actually the design of the programs
With the
themselves.
team, absolutely.
Excellent. Any other programs you recommend?
I think I'll also recommend training for the leaders in terms to identify the early onset of mental health issues for themselves. I mean, if a leader has self-awareness for themselves, then they can role model for their team. If you role model pushing on and challenging and struggling, that's what the team is going to get. But if you role model that, I can seek help, if you role model that the conversations around I'm struggling, your team is going to be okay having those conversations. So I think it's about the leaders being confident to have the conversations, to make the team feel safe, to show vulnerability, and to be able to identify when people are struggling and having pathways to say, now we've identified this, so how do we do that? How do we refer these patterns? I think that's what needs to be put in place. Leaders need to be confident to have these conversations with their teams.
So along with these programs, we saw today a lot of our colleagues presented some amazing services that helps enable organizations. It's either Shift or Life Lab or Captain Chef or even Mabel, Wellbeing Global. So basically HR has a very well-rounded approach in ensuring that well-being is embedded in the policy. Going back to strategy, okay, for the rest of you guys, going back to strategy and planning for well-being. We see now, especially in the kingdom, that a lot of organizations, private, public, or even nonprofits, they have ESG goals. They have SDG goals. They have also Vision 2030 goals. Sometimes you even have a global strategy if you're pharma that comes from global and cascaded all the way down. Is there any way you can overlap all these initiatives and these projects to ensure that your wellness program actually touches more than one KPI on a different scale? Would anybody like to comment?
I think when you look at these types of metrics, the SDGs or the ESG, the Vision 2030, and with the focus around the people, you will find that they are interlinked and interconnected. So it only makes sense for whatever initiatives that are going out to achieve these targets to be aligned. So I think it just needs some effort at a strategic level to make sure that there are some cross-functional teams that actually talks to each other and align with each other, and then everything it becomes easier. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe we have a different approach, if you allow me. As I told you about our staff experience standards, one of the standards is well-being, and it's under its maybe some measures, and we go through accreditation for all the department based on these standards. So the leader in each department, a small or big department, he has these standards. He should meet these strategies and goals within their department, and there is accreditations. So they will be scores and just an indicators for this department by themselves, and they should, if they are not met the the indicators or the measures we set, they have an action plan for this and how they will work in it. So as I said, because it's very complex, each department have different needs, but at least we have the same measures for all the departments.
Najla, because we are working in hospital, we have Accreditation Canada. Part of the accreditation, there is something in Wellbeing program. So this is number one, we can follow the accreditation body. And also the Vision 2030, we have برنامج جودة الحياة. They have many initiatives. Any organization can have those initiatives and implemented in their organization, which can reflect the well-being program and mental health for the whole organization employee.
So there's no extra additions. We want to see if anybody has any questions for our panel. Any questions? Yes, Jermaya.
Hello. Yeah. So this is both a comment and a question. And for the comment side of things, I think a huge part of policy and strategy is ensuring that as we have business goals and performance goals, that we also have wellness and well-being goals for the employees that supports the performance we want to see. Until they make it into such a strategic level, it will be very hard to have people take it very seriously. So we want to embody that by making sure we want the positive health behaviors that will support the kind of performance we're looking for in our organization to be put as a core goal in your KPI. When you're getting reviewed, you get reviewed on that. Imagine getting reviewed on how much sleep you had. So stuff like this. But my question is, with workplaces, I think each of these workplaces you're going to have, they will have diverse needs, and the industry will determine the needs as well. So in my industry, in wellness, and it's the primary problem we have with employees is that they feel a lot of pressure because they have to embody something and be the role model, which means they a lot of time can show their struggles. And we have a lot of coaches and therapists that themselves will need coaching and therapy, but they're not reaching out to this kind of stuff. And I know in each industry we have unique challenges. How do we, is there a one size, obviously I don't believe there is, but is there a general approach to making sure we have specific needs of each organizations met that are looking for addressing these challenges from a mental health perspective for each workplace? Second part, I think this goes to Dr. Manal. And Dr. Manal, this question is for you. I think for your organization, you have a structure that allows you to have a separate sort of team that works on the staff quality and all that. So my question is, how do you tell if it's working? Is the data coming from the employees going through this, or is it coming from somebody having a checklist saying, this is great, this is great, this is great, versus employees being the judge for something that's meant to help them? I think, what is the approach? How do you get that data, and how do you institute change? Again, where does that change come from?
I didn't get his
How do you ensure that these programs and initiatives are impactful? How do you measure the impact to the hospital?
Yes, as we mentioned that the major or the main outcome is our patient experience. So we have a measurable tool for the patient experience as a major outcome. So the sub goals for this, we have staff voice, multiple channel for the staff. They can address their concerns, they are open. We have helpline, and we have regular survey both for engagement and for which is annual, and the other one for psychological safety. So we are capturing all these feedback. Some of it's regular, some of it's depend on the event and the department, and the open channel for the staff. This is in general.
Yeah, of course.
And I know in Hikma, as you mentioned previously, you have the salesmen, the doctors, the clinical research, the manufacturing, the operate. I mean, you have a variety
very diverse. locations, regions, and diverse job types and backgrounds. What do you do with such variety?
It's definitely a challenge. And that's why I think we cannot talk about an approach that fits all, but I think the thinking behind why we're doing this is the same. The strategy, our purpose, and how we measure it should be the same. So aligning what you're doing with your business purpose, why we are here, why Hikma is there. So at Hikma, our promise is putting better health within reach every day. And this is really something that we live every day, and it anchors most of our programs, especially when it comes to well-being. So if you apply that approach of having an aligned strategy, aligned to your promise and to your purpose, and then cascading it down to the different initiatives and the roadmap and the action plans, these are at the tactical level that could be tailored to the different groups. The why is the same, the how is different. We cannot treat our employees in the manufacturing sites who are behind the production lines the same way that we treat the medical reps or the employees in the office. So the how is different, but the why is always the same. And another part is the listening part, and I think it was mentioned as well. It's listening to the employee, having participation through, we have lots of listening tools, and tomorrow I'll be talking about that in more details, but the idea of listening and having them engaged and part of the design, part of the feedback, it is always a good thing that helps in the adoption. I hope that I answered the question. Oh, Jeremiah.
Jeremiah has to wait. He'll go first. I'll come back to you, Jeremiah.
First of all, it's really great to see organization providing support for well-being. But my question is, how can organization adapt a strategy to encourage employees to speak up, especially that there are some concerns of confidentiality and as you know that in the workplace, somewhat, everyone know each other. So how can we make sure that on well-being issues?
I believe you are speaking about personal privacy, where nobody can speak about himself if he has any problem in his current, which was mentioned by Mabel. I need somebody to protect me if I have problem. Nobody will not give me my entitlement to have a promotion or any other things. Number one, which is very important, policy. If anybody will breaching the confidentiality of any employee, will have the proper punishment according to the law. And it is available حتى من وزارة العمل يعني موجود لائحة أي أحد يتعرض للنقطة هذه يتعرض يعني يتم عقابه. فبالتالي البوليسي اثنين لابد يكون فيه committee. There will be a committee. If there is something happen on this one, it should have an investigation. And they should have an actions. So this kind of action, if we say it's happened, it will not be repeatable again. So this is one of the simplest
channels of communication. لازم يعني you have different channels where you can reach out, and it doesn't always have to be a public way of reaching out in front of everybody. And we've seen today actually a lot of our colleagues mentioned different programs that can be virtual, that can be out of office, that can be self-monitored through an app, okay, where it can help a person either categorize, be aware of their issue, and then what to do next about it. Anybody want? Yes, go ahead.
I'd just like to highlight something that's happened with one of our clients that we're working. I'm not sure if you're the employee or you're concerned about the managers, how they wrote that in. But what has worked for the client that we worked with was around the check-ins, making them regular. So I'm coming from a clinical environment where we used to have clinical supervision. So it was scheduled into the calendar. So every month I would meet up with someone within my industry. It doesn't have to be my direct manager, but someone within the company where I just talk about my work. I talk about, a critical incident where I failed safely, where I can just express my feelings around my work without repercussions. And so we've introduced that into workplaces where every employer should have, it's like a buddy system, but someone higher than them. We can just have conversation. It's a check-in, so you can't make it every week, every month, office. It's having those check-ins, a manager who comes in and says, how are you doing? If it's fitted in every week or every fortnight or every month, where it's just casual. Nothing has to be wrong to have these meetings. It's just check-in. So through those conversations, it becomes the culture you're creating there. It's normal to check in on how your employees are feeling. And through that, when something dramatic or when a crisis does happen, the culture is already there. That employee is already feeling comfortable that, I'm checked in all the time. I can talk about my feelings all the time, so that when something does go wrong, I'm already feeling comfortable. So I think implementing or embedding those check-ins, weekly, monthly, whatever suits the company is one of the ways you can create a natural environment where it's okay to talk about your feelings, to talk about stress, to talk about the challenges of the work with no repercussions, just natural in the day-to-day working. I had two different teams, and we had in the beginning like daily morning meetings, and we actually used the word check-in. So before we started talking about work, our projects, and on our type of industry, we had a lot to do even from teleworking. But still, we always started with check-ins. And then we figured out that a lot of our colleagues, especially back then, who have actually relocated from different cities to Riyadh, to work in Riyadh, during the lock-in, they found themselves really, really alone. They couldn't go out, they couldn't go to restaurants, they couldn't see their friends, they couldn't travel to their homes. And then when we started tracking that as leaders, we actually met together and decided to also assign buddies, somebody they can talk to, somebody who can check on them. We used to ask, did you get infected? Did anybody from your family get infected? And we ended as a leadership team, we said, look, listen, we don't know how long this lockdown is going to last. We're not going to be hit. As soon as flights are back, go back home. I'd rather have them locked up in Jeddah, Shimal, Janoob, Dammam, versus them here in case the office is back and open. So it even influenced our decision making. We had the check-in. I, as a leader, and my colleagues as leaders, we felt when something was off with our colleagues. We met them one-to-one. We had other leaders who were very soft, also connect with them, and they had checking on each other. And when we realized the impact on their mental health, we made drastic decisions. Everybody just go. Don't worry about the work. Just take your laptop and go. So that story just triggered this story as well. Any other additions? Any other questions? Yes, Jermaya. Sorry, Jermaya. Sit down, sorry. I'll come back to you to the end, yes. تفضل, sorry. Put your hand up, always the quickest, mashallah.
Marhaba, assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for this interactive panel discussion. I don't have that much to say as a question, but only as a note. Really, one of the big approaches or mechanism for the well-being is about work-life balance. Really, I believe in one concept, that as an employee, you can be easily replaced. But as a family member, you cannot be replaced. This is really a very important point to be aligned. I know that it is really a new point to your discussion, but really I believe it's important that everyone really believe in this concept, that there's a time for the company and there is time for myself and my life. This, of course, will eventually have a positive impact on the well-being as a whole for all the staff, in addition to the company efforts for the rewarding and engagement. So I don't that much even believer of word loyal to the organization, because you are complying with contractual obligations with the company. You are loyal to yourself, development, and loyal even to your family members, and even committed to provide your duties and responsibility at the most let's say, professional manner. So you need to leave a little bit, give yourself time, and give the company their own time. So the balance is so much important.
I can't agree more. To build on this point, yes, it is necessary for mental health and wellness and well-being as well, but in organizations where colleagues and employees are forced to be working around the clock, and we mentioned earlier this morning that there's so many startups in Saudi Arabia right now, and people غصبًا عنهم are working day and night, and people feel that they have to compete, and they're worried about losing their job or whatever. When you're in that situation, you would like to know that you're in a company that is also taking care of you, that you're in a company, as hard as they want to profit and maximize the colleagues in the organization, they're also getting them the right support, the right talking, the right opportunities, the right tools. We cannot deny the reality we are in. Definitely, we need more work-life balance. And I always talk about, as a mother, as a parent, as somebody who loves to go to her parents as well, as somebody who's not from Riyadh and I have to travel to see my parents sometimes, I need more time for my life. But what I do is, I think, either the sectors I've worked in or the seniority I've reached, work, but at the same time live. Okay, not all my colleagues have that luxury, especially people who are in operations and manufacturing where they have to clock in and clock out. Try to figure it out. Just make sure that your organization is taking all of that into account. Would you guys like to add to that or take another question? Questions. Rohan, how many more minutes do we have? Jermaya, question, ya haram. Just Jermaya, please.
Oh, yeah, this is a very short question to any of the panelists that's willing to take it. Will you incentivize wellness and well-being adoption in your company or your organization? And if yes, why? If no, why not? And yeah, and if yes as well, how would this look like? Or what would this look like?
At Hikma, we do not. We do not incentivize. If you're talking about like monetary, right? Or
any kind of incentive. It could be recognition. It's not
yeah,
only
okay.
monetary.
Okay, so
Yeah,
there is a difference. No, we do recognize, but we don't incentivize monetary. And we usually don't do that with any of other programs because we want people to really have buy-in, not just because there is an iPad.
Actually, we did. In one of the organizations I worked in, we had a lot of blue-collar employees, and they were smoking a lot. And if you think about it, this colleague's salary, maybe 1/3 of it is going to cigarettes. So what we ended up doing is here in Riyadh, there's an NGO called Naqa. And there's, I think, different ones in Jeddah and Dammam and other cities as well. So we did actually collaborate, and we helped them with tobacco cessation, okay, الانقطاع عن الدخان والتدخين. And we actually put a monetary incentive. So whoever does quit cigarettes, they come in, they assess and measure everybody, they track them for 3 months, they give them medication, patches, whatever they need, phone calls, and they come and track them every couple of weeks on their site. Those who stay off of cigarettes and tobacco for a long time, they get cash. There's an award. So this is just for health incentivization. And there are other programs as well. Rohan is about, yeah, we're okay? All right. Does that answer your question, Jermaya? Thank you so much. Tayyib, my colleagues on stage, anything else you would like to add? Thank you so much. That was great. And I welcome you off the stage. Thank you very much. I think, yes. Thank you, Doctora. Thank you, Mabel. Thank you so much. That was good. Thank you. And thank you, Jermea. Did you leave? Thank you. All right, good luck to reading my handwriting. لا تكتب ما تقرأ خطها أنا. طيب, thank you all. We know you've been with us all day. And thank you to my colleague Firas, my co-chair or co-host for today. Just looking back at everything that we discussed today, we looked at organizations, we looked at different types of organizations, we looked at different sectors, we looked at global practices and local needs, and we talked about the role of HR, the leader's role, cross-functional ownership, how do we involve our colleagues, how do we listen to them, and we talked about how we can also convince the organization or the leadership that there is proven financial success and impact on the organizations that take well-being into account. We also got to see a beautiful platform that is provided by the country, the Saudiya, the National Center for the Mental Health, that provides services, and it's a data mine. It's early, it's not where it needs to be, I believe, but I think if we all get involved in it, we have a reference, and we have data even for the businesses to work and plan around and provide services. We got exposed today to some great providers like Shift, LifeLab, Captain Chef, and MMN Complete Wellbeing Global, and of course the platform, the NCMSH, which I really invite and encourage all our guests today to visit. We also heard today that well-being is better for culture. Good culture is better for the company or the organizational brand. And that is the best way to either attract good talent and retain talent. Okay, you don't have to invest in fairs or, I don't want to مقطع رزقهم, but just having a good brand, people will want to work with you, and we hear that and we see that a lot in Saudi. I know a lot of great people that were being attracted to very excellent, high-paying organizations, and they declined because of their reputation. And by the way, usually the reputation, it's either two bad things. It's either toxic or burnout, okay? And haram, a lot of excellent talent can really enter these amazing organizations and revive them and have them even deliver more. So organizations need to ensure they have a better brand through great well-being programs, okay? And we also talked about, all right, and then that's it. I think we're very excited about the show next door. Please, if you haven't had a chance to visit, do visit it. And I will let my colleague Firas close the rest of the day, and thank you very much.
يوم جميل ورائع جدا، مليء بالمعارف ومليء بالمعلومات اللي استفدنا منها، وإن شاء الله نطبقها في أعمالنا وفي المنظمات اللي موجودة عندنا. شكرا لكم جزيلا، وشكرا لجميع المتحدثين والأساتذة الكرام، وشكرا على الطاقة الإيجابية اللي شفناها اليوم والأسئلة والطرح الجميل اللي سمعناه منكم اليوم. شكرا لكم، ونراكم غدا، وحياكم الله على الغداء. أهلا وسهلا فيكم.
Final round of felicitations. Yes. Thank you, Faraz, for all the sharing today. A big round of applause for him, please. Yeah. And we also need to felicitate one of our workshop leaders. Can we have Ahmad Ahmad on the stage, please? He is engaged into a workshop on stress management today, and he's going to be having another workshop tomorrow on stress management. So whoever's missed it today, please do join him tomorrow. He's representing the John Hopkins Healthcare Center, Aramco. Over here. Yeah. Yes, both of you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Najla. Thank you, Faraz. You really, really helped us put it all together. We don't have enough words to thank you. So with this, we wrap up our day one of the program. Tomorrow, we will be starting as scheduled is 9:45 tomorrow morning. Now, we are open for lunch and request everybody to take the time and get to know each other and the delegates. That's where the further interactive learning will begin. Thank you very much. Look forward to see you tomorrow sharp at 9 here again, so we can start on time tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone.